Vacanze, ma vacanze, rasa samungate soa. Down vacanze, 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 vacanze, ma vacanze, samungate soa. Down vacanze, vacanze, ma vacanze, rasa samungate soa. Down vacanze, vacanze, ma vacanze, rasa samungate soa. Down vacanze, vacanze, ma vacanze, 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 rasa 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 samungate soa. Vacanze, vacanze, ma vacanze, rasa samungate soa. Down vacanze, vacanze, ma vacanze, rasa samungate soa. Taum Bekanze, Bekanze, Ma Bekanze, Ranza Samungate Soha. Taum Bekanze, Bekanze, Ma Bekanze, Samungate Soha. Taum Bekanze, Bekanze, Ma Bekanze, Ranza Samungate Soha. Taum Bekanze, Bekanze, Ma Bekanze, Ranza Samungate Soha. Taum Bekanze, Bekanze, Ma Bekanze, Ranza Samungate Soha. sai quan diêm bồ 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 sai bồ sai quan diêm 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 bồ sai bồ sai quan diêm bồ sai quan diêm bồ sai quan diêm bồ sai quan diêm bồ sai sai quan diêm bồ 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 sai bồ sai Quan Diêm 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 Bồ Sai Quan Diêm. She goes on like that for 5 hours. So good morning, everyone. It's happening again. A new beginning and a fresh start in the here and now in community concerned with awakening, enlightenment, the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha, a lot of things, you know. That mantra, that is the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, or the mantra of Guanyin Bodhisattva in Korean. So they say Kanzeam Bosal. This is like the archetype or the image of wonderful, powerful compassion, often depicted as a woman, but it's actually kind of non-binary. And when we do that mantra, we can recollect the image because it's a big part of the history and the culture of Buddhism, especially Chinese Buddhism. So people have a certain affinity, certain blessings to have that connection to that image. And it's basically meant to be a kind of super grandma, a super enlightened Buddhist grandma with ultimate wisdom, ultimate compassion, that we are invoking, we are remembering, we're coming back to that power, and we're also detaching from ourselves when we chant that mantra or when we bring to mind the Bodhisattva, because ourselves are, you know, where all the problems are. Your preferences, your desires, your opinions, even your discernment. Well, this is what I'm going to do now, this is better, this is worse. That's what's, you know, destroyed your life or let your life be the way that it is. And so we want to go beyond that. We want to go deeper than that. And so we practice the yoga or the meditation practice or the sadhana or the Buddha recitation, or very hardcore meditation, Zen meditation, staring at the wall. And in that way we train the mind, and we work to go beyond ourselves instead of sinking and then stinking in the suffering, in the depression, in the anxiety, in the lack of meaning, the hopelessness. And that is the kind of the key benefit, or the main benefit, of people having babies and having children. They don't get to focus on themselves anymore. They're actually taught by the child, you have to detach from yourself. You have to abandon your own understanding. You have to cut continuously, again and again and again, your self-involvement. And of course, it seems like again and again, well, I'm going to do this for myself. I'm going to enjoy this for myself. This is what I need to, this is what I like to do. And of course, it doesn't ever lead anywhere. Just leads to the same situation of a pants full of shit. And there's two ways to go about that, right? There's one where you don't know that your pants are full of shit, but everybody around you does. Right? You're not doing everybody around you any good, even if you're wearing a suit and tie and smoking a cigar and whatever it is. This is just the mic mini. This is not the mic 2 infinity. And the other situation is that you've shit your pants and you know that you shit your pants, but maybe everybody else doesn't know that. So the Buddhist path, or the spiritual path, is kind of like saying, hey, instead of continuously shitting our pants, it might be a good idea to stop doing that. And that there are maybe particular ways and means that we can go about unshitifying our pants, and also beginning to understand what it looks like and what it feels like to have understood, to have started to examine what it looks like to shit our pants, right? What does that really mean? And of course, what it really means is to be lost in the sauce of not being free. Trapped by the smartphone, trapped by the YouTube, trapped by the TikTok, trapped by the complicated thoughts about ourselves and others. We're living in a dream world, and then that dream world becomes a nightmare world, or it becomes a boring world, or whatever. We may be just sitting around and waiting for things to be the way that we want them to be, and it's just never going to work like that. So in some ways, there's truth and meaning. In Buddhism, as the practice, or as the mind of the Buddha, there's not concern for meaning. Meaning is not important. Only truth is important. You can say, the moon and the sun have disappeared, only the clouds remain. You could say that. But it's just like this. It's just like this, whatever. It's right in front of your face. Whatever it is, it's right in front of your face, that's for sure. You're not 6 feet under. You're not a demigod, or whatever kind of idea you have about being in the sky and controlling things. It's just this, whatever it is. And in the other hand, you have the practice, or the philosophy, or the community of Buddhism. Community concerned with Buddha. Community concerned with just this, with awakening, with truth. And that's where we get all of our meaning. And in the same way, a stomach ache, there's meaning in a stomach ache. There's meaning in seeing or not seeing. There's meaning in this person or that person being here with you now. So what we're kind of doing in our practice and in our community and what we're involved with, right, is that we're getting involved with meaning that is concerned with the truth. Bringing up the question, what is the truth? That's a big question. That takes a lot of grit. It takes a lot of heart. It takes a lot of depth and support. Good conditions. It takes a lot of blessings. And so the best place to sow blessings is in community. That's what we're used to. That's what we're naturally attuned to as human beings. To sow blessings alone is a very advanced practice. So for me to come up here to the graveyard and sit here alone and do, we began with some of that chanting. To do that in community is quite natural, can be quite easy. To do that alone can be very, very difficult. So being in community is one of the best ways that we supercharge and go into, deepen our spiritual practice, which is really to deepen our concern and our consideration for the truth. Now, the truth being this unexplainable, sometimes they say it like this, total emptiness or complete emptiness and beautiful existence. These two aspects, two sides of the truth. So sometimes what the medicine that we need from the truth is total emptiness. To get a slap in your face, or you get a holy messenger event like your loved one dies, or you find out you have cancer, or you wake up old as all heck, you become disabled. That's a holy messenger event to point to this emptiness of the ego and the self, right, that's continuing over time. And then sometimes we've got access to that emptiness, that clarity, that ending, that rejoicing in ending or rejoicing in non-existence. So that is the beautiful existence, the wonderful existence. During the talking periods, try to be very quiet. Try to shut that mouth. Okay, Infinity Zero, you need to keep that mouth shut while I'm talking. And in general, there can be a lot going on in these sessions. So we want to know how to listen very, very deeply without doing anything, to step back from the screen and to step back from the body and mind, and to step back from doing anything or thinking anything up. And then sometimes we want to engage with those big W's in the chat or asking questions very sincerely, coming from the heart or what have you. And remember the three wrong views here concerned with me and you, okay? You may think that I'm superior to you. That's incorrect. You may think that I'm inferior to you. That's correct. And one of the most important things that a lot of the little bumblebees buzzing around are going to get wrong is equalness, being equal. You are not equal to me. And what these wrong views kind of do, these self-based views, is they put you in an interpersonal situation, or they facilitate, they sustain the being of your ego rather than just listening or just sharing. So be careful about any of those things. And of course, the one that we tend to get surprised about is the equality, but it's actually one of the big problems out there. And usually that equality syndrome is kind of blocked off by, like, you coming across a situation like this in a temple, or in someone else's home, or at a formal kind of talking situation, where the dharma is being shared. So naturally you'd have to be even more of a fool to think that you're equal, because you're a guest there. You're a guest at the meditation center, you're not the teacher. And that sense of being in community, like for me, I have trust and faith in the community here now that is, that's experiencing this, that they're real people, that they're sincere, that they're really taking a good hard look at this. You know what I mean? And for the community, you can have that trust as well, for me, so that in this way we can be very easy to access the meditation mind. The mind of not thinking, the mind of doing our sadhana. Yeah, so what, I think there's a certain kind of intimacy in being together like this. And it's almost like a real relief. But it's not a relief because you're here and they're here and etc., etc. But it's kind of it's a relief to be together, open to nobody. And the mind is so tricky. The dream world is so tricky. So we might say, well, why is this guy? Why am I watching this guy instead of him watching me? Or I ask myself, what if I was watching myself? Would I want to watch myself? Etc., etc. So it just doesn't. This is happening according to many, many, many unknown variables, unknown and unspeakable variables. So as that teaching that we read said, uh, the way does not need cultivation, just don't defile it. I wonder what that Zen master would have to say about me uh, singing and screaming with a wig. learning how to let the light in. There's that song, all we are saying is give peace a chance. All we are saying is give peace a chance. So, let's not sing it, let's not say it, let's do it. Practice it. We're oftentimes whining about what other people are practicing, what other people are doing. I remember that Zen monk who's sitting in his stinky old temple in Japan, complaining about why nobody wants to sit and rot with him, sitting in his little ghost hall. And just do it. Don't talk about it, just do it. Concerned with Buddhism, concerned with Zen, concerned with the truth. Just do it. Because there's a lot of things that aren't concerned with Buddhism or meditation or the truth, and that we just shouldn't do. The first step, again and again and again and again and again and again. First step after first step after first step. And it's not what we think that it is, because the Western idea we have about enlightenment is like you're going to make your own perfume, that your urine is going to begin to taste sweet like honey. And this is actually not the case. Enlightenment or wisdom is not about pleasure. So you could be a very enlightened, very grumpy kind of character and persona, from what I've heard, from what I understand. And that makes sense, because in the same way that the body can have pain, you can be as enlightened as the Buddha, and your body can have a lot of pain. I think the mind also has its pain, its pleasantness, even if you are enlightened. And the quality of enlightenment is that all these ideas about yourself and your body and your mind kind of become irrelevant. because you see that my is what causes so much suffering. Anyways, I think it's limitlessly confusing to the ego or to the self, this idea of enlightenment. That's why it's a good idea to have. Let that ego, let that self kind of be confused. Very good, hey. Very good technique. Good understanding. If we want to see good things, if we want to feel good things, if we want to experience good things, which all of us do as human beings, then we have to do good things. We have to find out what good things are. What's a good thing that I can do? Give it a minute. It's a whole lot of complicated thinking, which in and of itself, maybe you're designing a nuclear bomb, but that, is that good or bad? So removing the justification for complicated thinking. Now, because you can't do that, you cannot detach from all of the things that you deem to be complicated and worthy of thinking. So you have to give. And to the extent that you can do that, your thinking will be irrelevant to yourself and to the people who are around you, because you'll be involved in giving or working. Even better if you're giving or donating or working or volunteering, concerned with the clouds and the mountain and the true nature of the mind. And because you can and cannot do that to varying degrees, you're going to suffer. You're going to be in the world of suffering, and easy to go into the lower realms depending on your karmic affinities. So what led me, this apparent me, remember there's an apparent me. Okay, there's an apparent me. And then there's no me. Now, no me isn't a runway model. No me is the emptiness of self, seeing it as just another thought that comes and goes. What were you thinking 5 minutes ago? What were you thinking 10 minutes ago? What were you thinking 30 minutes ago? What were you thinking 1 hour ago? What was going on? And it's so funny, the mind kind of fills in that spot. Oh, doesn't it? Oh, I know. I was thinking this. I was thinking that. Yeah, right. I'm sure you were. So you have to begin to become open to cessation. And I have a good affinity to the lower realms. I have a good affinity to go to hell. And everything is shit. It's just that we forget that. And then we get involved in these things and we waste time in these things. Anybody remember what Zen Master Pohasunim, remember what he said when we were at the dinner table together during the meditation retreat? He told that smart guy who was asking a question on the meditation retreat, he said, "You are eating donkey shit." And this life is donkey shit. This life is shit. This body and mind are shit. Everything is shit. You just don't realize it. And to the degree that you realize it, the blooming can take place. So that your life and yourself can become the blooming of a flower, a lotus flower. No mud and shit and piss and pus and fucking and shitting and all that stuff blended up together. No lotus. No enlightenment, no suffering, no enlightenment. So you have to eat your own shit. You have to drink your own piss. If you want to get like me, you got to get your hands dirty. You got to get your mouth dirty. You want to be in the teacher's seat? You've got to eat shit and drink piss. Really? Is that what you want to do? So instead of fixating on that kind of thing, well, why isn't it me? Why isn't it me going around and giving talks? Why isn't it me? I'm reading chat right now. You just let that go. What about me? What about what I have to say? When's my chance? You have to suffer. You have to eat suffering instead of eating the shit of sensuality. I saw some picture and it, saying your enemy of sensuality, your enemy of pride, your enemy of fame and fortune and profit and all these things. It's your enemies because you cut yourself off from this freedom. That's not about anything. So that there are no things, but you get involved with these things again and again, and then you get into this cycle of things. And the cycle of things is a disaster. It's a shit world. Sure, Stevie. Very much appreciate any and all generosities and donations for me to keep living in this way. I'm going to post the link for you. And surprisingly enough, we did get a donation come through for a wig. For me to purchase a wig. So I don't know if we'll do that today, but we just might. Did I derail myself? Are we going to miss out on some teachings because I stopped to do this? No, there are no teachings. There's nobody here. A new beginning, 5D consciousness. What a joy. That's not true, Elite King, for you. Don't say that. Pennywise isn't here. Pennywise wouldn't come here. Let's unpack it. I am here. I am here. Pennywise isn't real. Thank you very much. That's not real. Pennywise isn't 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 real. Pennywise is not 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 real. Thank you, Steve. You're the best. Appreciate it. You know, and that's... You know, whether we like it or not, this is our community, this is our Sangha in the here and now. And I like it a lot. This is the kind of Sangha that I like to have. Practitioners, donors, trolls, all come together in a unified field for the ways and means of mindfulness and detachment. Friends, maybe don't make any decision, just practice. Just be in practicing. But there's a right practice and a wrong practice. So which practice are you going to do? And how are you going to determine that? What's right and what's wrong? So our meditation is kind of like we're penetrating into our nowness, penetrating into the nowness. Who's ready to count down? Let's begin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Let's start back from the top together. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Let's start back from the beginning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Let's start back from the beginning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Let's start back from the beginning. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's start back from the beginning. 100, 99, 98, 97, 96, 95, 94, 93, together, 92, 91, 90, 89, 88, 87, 86, 85, 84, 83, 82, 81, 80, 79, 78, 76, Yeah, Joe. AD, that's not appropriate. These are just gifts for children. Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready to die? Who's ready to lose everything they've ever gotten and to not get everything that they've ever wanted? Let's get some big W's in the chat if you're ready to die and if you're thinking about death. If you're thinking about the ending of your life as you know it. Meaning that your entire ego, all of your friends, all of your family, everything that you know about yourself and about the world disappearing, gone. But truly, we want death as much as we want terror. We don't want death and we don't want terror. So what it must mean is that you're open to know you. You're open to know me. You're open to know I. You're open to know self. And that's what we're going to be concerned with today in our practices and our mindful ways of being and our detachment. We may be new to meditation and new to mindfulness and detachment, but it doesn't mean that we've got to be stupid, okay? You come here and be stupid, you're going to get a good punishment, all right? You're not going to be talking stupid, acting stupid. You're going to be a big smart guy, my good big smart girl, okay? You come in here acting stupid, you come in here making jokes, making games, you're just wait, whoa, 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 Adam. That's right, Redwood. But sometimes the teachings can feel a little bit like a tough and rough. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're here, you're going to be here to learn, or you're going to get out. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? No show, just the way. Have your breakthrough moment right here, right now. Open your DMT chakra right here, right now. Open your DMT chakra right here, right now. Sun the perineum of your mind. Open widely. It's morning time. Well, we don't want to try to hurt anybody, but sometimes we see that somebody's suffering or causing suffering, and we want that to stop. So that's like an action of compassion. Your intention is the most important thing. So as long as you don't intend to hurt someone or harm someone to the best of your ability, once you start focusing on, like, because sometimes we feel different about somebody. We just don't like them. We just think that they're shit. Sometimes we think that about people, you know what I mean? We think they're shit. I don't even know what it is. I just think that they're shit and I'm better than that, right? And so that's probably not a great thought to have, but as long as you don't go out of your way to, like, harm them, then it's not too bad. Right? It's like if somebody's getting bullied, don't focus so much on harming, like trying to disable the bully, make the bully a person with a disability, but instead focus on protection, caring, sharing, protecting. Here you go, Jinx. This is a classroom. And how are we gonna deal with how neglected you've been in your life? How are we gonna deal with how limited your opportunities and your directions seem to be? Well, we're gonna let go and we're gonna open up. We're gonna walk. We're gonna give. We're gonna share more. We're gonna be more authentic. Some of these trolls in here are gonna change their account and come back so that they can be the sincere and authentic version of themselves. And they can talk about their problems and their sufferings. They can share with the group what's going on. They can really practice in giving in that way. Really, cornbread? I think it's more common than you think, that kind of thing. That kind of thing is a lot more common than you think. There you go, hey. You're gonna become a good boy, all right? And you leave the Zen Master stuff to me. Oh, well. So what you want to offer is the ending. Giving the ending. Giving the resolution. So it's not this way or that way. It's not about this or that. It's about, may it come to an end. May your enlightenment come to an end. May your suffering come to an end. May your confusion come. May everything come to an end. Everything that has to do with you. May that end. All right, Richard. So we get to share this experience together. That's really wonderful. Amitofo. You don't have to tell anybody that you're listening. You just do it yourself. Yesterday is today, tomorrow is now. This is concerned with a revolution of the mind. Revelatory. George Austin. We'll talk about that chocolate. Let's just wait till we get to the coffee shop. Let's start there. Is it true that God made the 7 days of the week? The DMT is inside of yourself. The LSD, the DMT, the mushrooms, the psychedelic phenomena, the unknown. The unknown is here and now. So you can get caught up in what you know. You can get caught up in what you think. You can get caught up in what you understand. But not getting caught up in thinking, not getting caught up in knowing, not thinking to be caught up in thinking is a good idea. So you might see how caught up you tend to be in explaining this, in understanding this, and making a story up about this. So what is then storylessness? What is there no story about? What is absence of a story? Sure. A lot of people don't know this about me, but let crazy people be crazy people. Let students be students, let teachers be teachers, let men be men, let women be women. Stop trying to change things. Stop trying to understand things in a particular way. Don't do that. What you understand is wrong. What you understand is incorrect. What you understand is just an attachment. Just an attachment to a thought. So you must to stop. You must to stop. Namaste. How are you doing? Oh, nice. What's that? I'll get the Ethiopia. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, hot. A lot, a lot of people are simply too much in a hurry to to get any kind of spiritual teaching or to get any kind of new experience because they're in a hurry. They very attached to their understanding. They very busy in their cycle of consumption because we work all day, we put forth a lot of effort, and then we just want to relax. We want to eat, we want to sleep, we want to scroll, we want to consume media and different things. So one of the things that we have to practice most needed for myself and most needed for the world also is not to be in a hurry. So you may actually take a look. You may actually see to what degree you can practice not being in a hurry. You know what I mean? Because it's not easy to practice that. Because it's like everybody has become a king and a queen and the ruler of a kingdom of consumption. Yeah, some king that is, some queen that is. And we hold it too highly, we hold ourselves too highly. We too much addiction to distraction. We have to stop distracting ourselves. And in the process of distracting ourselves, which may go on and on and on, we have to be really patient, to slow down a little bit, to incorporate and to add on those layers of slowing down and not being in a hurry, to eat, to watch the YouTube, to watch the TikTok. And an important teaching in this as well is to detach from your life, to abandon your life, to detach from your own understanding. And then we get into these mindsets and these perspectives of, well, we pretend to know who other people are, and we pretend to know what they're going through. As for how I'm doing, I'm the real power man. You don't have to worry about how I'm doing. I'm the real power man. Okay? That's how I'm doing. Now, let's be clear about this because a lot of people don't understand this. Not that they would need to understand it, because a lot of people are never going to come in contact with wisdom teachings. Teachings concerned with no self or teachings concerned with emptiness. So let's open up the holy text. Open up the holy book. Tyler, you're basically a fool. I'm famous. I'm a famous man. I've become famous. I've become a famous man. I'm a YouTuber, I'm a live streamer, I'm an influencer. Really? No, Jim's a great guy. You can call him. You can try to call him sometime, Shelley. I've called him a few times, talked to them. He's a very nice man. Beautiful man. Okay, it says it right here. That you are a degenerate. Okay. Someone asked Zudo. Can you even understand that? Has your brain become so polluted and infected and just full of, it's like people have replaced, it's like you, whoever you are, have replaced your blood with shit and piss and pus and garbage and trash juice. Can you even understand that? Can you even understand this? These three words, someone asked Zudo. Well, Noah says, I think I'm beginning to understand. Someone asked Zudo, and they say it feels like a trap too. Well, that sounds like what? Matt, also, we've got idiots everywhere here. It's a trap to understand. Someone asked Zudo. Let's give out some stupid awards here, okay? One for Matt Rizzo and one for Noah. Let's get some congratulations in the chat, everybody. Oh, thank you so much, sir. You're such a kind man. Yeah. Please, everybody, congratulations to... All right, well, let's start with the first word, someone. Does anyone understand the word someone? Has anyone here ever heard the word someone? Anyone here ever heard that word? sixth sense, I'm going to enlighten my foot as I walk step by step. And you're lucky, please, that my mic's on my glasses, because otherwise it might be somewhere else. I'm going to snob my wisdom up your refined 1111, spiritual bruh. You're practicing spiritual snobbery right now. Why don't you ask a question or share your experience? People have lost their capacity to introduce themselves. Hello? Why don't you introduce yourself? We're still working on someone. Okay? Give me a break. Give me a moment. Not everybody understands the word someone, so we can't continue with the teachings just yet. Know you. Get out of your own way. Know you. Know you, know you. Know you. You've been observing your own ignorance and attachment, wisdom refined. And you better watch out, because I'm tracking you. Someone asked Zudo. It's the first words. It's the first words, okay? Zudo is a name, and to ask, it means like we ask our mama or a papa, can I have some frosted flakes? Can I have a fruit roll-up? Okay? Listen. The living meaning of Zen. Does anyone here know what Zen, the word, I'm here teaching Buddhism, okay? That's nice, Kisha. Okay, Marissa. What is there really to be patient about? Whatever it is that you're waiting for is your attachment. So detach. Detach from waiting. Zen is not really a word, and I really mean that. I'm not joking with you guys. I was a... No. There's no definition for that kind of word. There's no definition for Zen. Well, what's worship worthy about you, Tila? Why would people worship you? You don't have to be Super Saiyan to do Kamehameha, so that doesn't make any sense. Hey, that's a good one, Fox. I like that one also. There you go, chocolate starfish. That's a good one too. It's a good way to go about a lot of things. To get started, to come and take a look. But if you want to learn about these things, or, it's not going to be enough just that someone's very wise and compassionate, because they might be very boring. You know what I mean? It's not like you're a Thai. That's a good one too, Kai. It's not like you're a Thai 4-year-old, a 4-year-old born in Thailand or Myanmar, where you're being brought and put forth in front of, some kind of 70-year-old, 80-year-old monk with wisdom and compassion that you're receiving the blessings of. You're a stinky, rotten, Western, McDonald's filled, Coca-Cola filled, Mountain Dew drinking, TikTok watching, YouTube watching monster. In many cases, not in all cases here. Yes, I'm doing readings, but they're very expensive. See, that's Russian, 16-year-old. I don't know about that guy. Let's stick with eating our own, you-know-what. So it means we need something that we connect with. We have to feel that sense of connection, and that sense of curiosity and that sense of liveliness and engagement. And we can think about helping others to feel that when it comes to mindfulness and detachment. Not to be abusive to ourselves, but to recognize that, this is maybe something that's not in our purview. This is not something that we are generally familiar with. And also that this is not something that necessarily is about the box that it's in. So if we're approaching this newly, if we're coming across this newly, should we be looking for another box to put ourselves in or to worship? No, we should not. That's ridiculous. This is about boxlessness. We don't have a box to put it in. So what do we just take somebody else's box and say, well, I'm all finished? Well, Tila or Toga, you're going to have to give me more information than that. So this is really a great practice of listening. You see what I'm saying? A great way of listening. Yeah, that may be more or less helpful because your car's broken down, so you get a new car and you drive that car, right? But ultimately, this is about carlessness more so than it's about cars. And ultimately, it's more about not being about more or less, more than it is about more or less anything at all. You can say, Shelley, not yours. Not yours. That's right, the concept of Dhamma Dana, the greatest gift of all. So it's kind of like, I'm not the teacher, I'm not the spiritual guy, I'm the gorilla of generosity. I'm a big, strong, generous man. That's why I get all the W's. So you go out there, and that's what the teaching is here as well. You find your way to go out there and practice generosity. I've said it before. If I was all enlightened and stuff, I'd be floating. You'd think I want to deal with all of you. You'd think I'd want to be dealing with doing this kind of stuff if I was all enlightened and juiced up. No, come on. I'm the practitioner of generosity. I'm the example setter of generosity, of giving. So that's what the teaching here is. It's not all the same. This is called equality without discernment. So equality without discernment is just BS. It's falling into the same trap that you and me are equal. Well, how are you and me equal if I can beat you in arm wrestling? So we're not equal. Not superior, not inferior. There's just different characteristics, right? Different aspects. We can go around, like when it comes to these teachings, this environment, I can go around trying to convince people, I was a Buddhist monk, I know about these teachings, I know how to practice meditation. Or I can say, take your big stinky butt and get out of here before I help you out of here. You've already lost. So equality means that there's not that everything is primarily thingless. So that it's like the value of the glass being the space inside. Or it's like the solidity of the body being totally, and this is really interesting to think about it this way, totally interdependent with the environmental factors. So like if your body was on Jupiter or Uranus or some planet over there, Neptune, your body might just explode or dissolve. So we don't think about it that way. But the body right now, right, it is actually a manifestation of connection, of interbeing. You see what I'm saying? There's actually no such thing as things. So it's like this is a thing, right? This body is a thing, but that's just a concept. It's like a tool. It's like going around and creating a religion of flint and steel. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense to have a religion of flint and steel. It doesn't make sense to have a religion of a hammer. It doesn't make sense to have a religion of a cappuccino machine, espresso machine. You know, they're not easy to learn how to use them and they're expensive. I don't even have a place to put it. What am I going to put it in my little white backpack, espresso machine? So it doesn't make sense to create these religions of tools. And so separation is just a tool. No, there are no objects. Just like when you say the flint and steel, we made a fire. So does fire come from flint and steel? Do flint and steel come together and have a baby called fire? No. So it's a happening. Fire is a happening. A lightning strike can make fire. We all come around, cook our biscuits and cook our potatoes. Or the happening of your hands going together with this and that being caught up. Well, Tilo Ortego, you need to practice more generosity. Okay? You have to reduce your ego through self-sacrifice. Something that you can't grasp, something that you can't understand. People say, well, you're always telling people to be generous. You're always telling people to give, It seems very convenient for you. What are you giving? What kind of generosity are you practicing? To detach from thoughts. To sacrifice being someone. To hold or to give up, because you don't really hold nothing, to give up no view. The view of no view, give up view as well. Like, does a cup hold space? No. So, why do people practice, why do people maybe donate to me as their practice of generosity? Oh, people probably like me. And, they consider me to be a teacher of some sort, or there to be value in my time, in my sharing. But the most basic reason why people donate to me as their practice of generosity is because it's convenient, because it's accessible, because it's a way to practice meaningful, direct generosity and self-sacrifice, and to give up their ego in some way. If there was an orphanage nearby them where they could go volunteer or go and purchase some things or donate things, they'd probably do that. And they'd be, and please message me and say, hey, you inspired me to go and help out at this orphanage. But that's not accessible for most people. There's not many ways to practice generosity, direct generosity for most people. And they don't have the time or energy or skills to go and find a way to volunteer. So they practice it like that. So actually it's convenient for you as much as it's convenient for me. And when we live in a society, or we live in a world that is so much about money, we think that generosity is about money. But in this context, generosity is about detachment. So instead of just opening up your wallet and seeing those flies fall out, honestly, that's good. Just don't lose that spirit of, hey, actually, I do, if I had it, when I have it, I do want to give, I do want to help, I do want to offer in some way, you know what I mean? Because for wealthy people, they open up their wallet full of greenbacks and they say, no, no way. He's not tricking me. So generosity is really not about money. It's about your attachment. If you didn't have attachment to money, then you can't be generous with money. So talking about generosity and talking about making donations, it is to look at where your attachments are. Look at what your attachments are in your life. Meditate upon that, perceive that, be aware of that closely and carefully. Give him a kick. Well, we're all kind of grateful, aren't we? I would have liked to have been, looking at it now in an idealistic way. I say, well, and then I listen to that. I listen to the space in between thoughts. That's the ass kicking. That's the medicine. That's the poison. That's when I get a hold of you. That's when you stop. Me, 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 me. That's when I speak up loud enough to get thrown out of here and get the police called. Listening to that space in between thoughts, listening to that absence of thoughts. So this is where you can, let's say, gain access to no view. And then you also have to detach or to abandon no view. Right view and no view, or right view and wrong view, just as bad as each other, as much as there is grasping in it. Hey, Alexander. Oh, based Buddhist. I love to see some Buddhists here because I know that they're going to believe me when I say I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. They're going to have to deal with that. Right view doesn't teach anything. Right view is just like a word or a thought, or a sound, or a phrase. As much as it is something. So what part of my philosophy is we want to decouple from as much as we can. And then move forward based on communication. So that as much as it is something, it's not something. As much as it is right, it's wrong. As much as it is good, it's bad. And accepting the duality of these dimensions, we now have like a box of space or a box of awareness in which to work with the moment by moment actions of body, speech, and mind. Well, based Buddhist, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I was ordained in the Theravada for 7 years. Yeah, love more and relax more and detach more. Remember, there's kind of, I saw a meme, I saw a TikTok video about somebody, it's like when they were in college, it was an animated thing, and they were this person in college that was sitting on the couch at the party and saying, aha, these people talking about shallow things, I can perceive even subliminal meanings that they themselves don't even realize, and just this idea of superiority. And then someone comes over and asks them like what they think about nachos, the new nachos at 7-Eleven or something. And the person is thinking in their mind, yes, this is my chance, this is my opportunity to give a striking point that's going to blast out all of the conventionality and contrivance of this whole social situation. And then they just mumble, I haven't tried it yet. So yeah, just don't get into that self-fixated view. And that means you can be the real person sitting on that couch judging everybody, which means that you're actually practicing. You're practicing mindfulness, you're practicing detachment, you're practicing satipatthana. It's kind of possible, Marissa, but within certain boundaries and guidelines. And anyways, once you get the enlightenment, who cares if you're a monk or not? It doesn't matter. It's just convention. Something that you want to use or something that you don't want to use. Cessation events. I think cessation events are probably overrated because it's a wisdom matter. It's not a matter of what a self, what what a self can think or how a self can view the situation. So it's like any idea of enlightenment from a self perspective is going to be based in things feeling really good, being better than they are, being more complete than they are, being more resolved than they are, right? And that just doesn't have anything to do with enlightenment. Enlightenment is like insight to or accessing that which offers the irrelevance of good and bad and right and wrong and self and other. And so even if you have a cessation event, even if there's a mass cessation event, whatever that is, the wheels of karma are still turning. You know what I mean? The Buddha became enlightened, and he just made a mess for all of us. Now we're Buddhist and meditating, and we want enlightenment and all those kind of things. So it's really a matter of letting go. It's really a matter of giving up and giving away. Yeah, being beyond the need, being beyond the beyond of itself. Not following an idea, not following a thought, And there's nothing wrong with seeing how, you know, unwholesome or unskillful parties and random conversations that people have and all that is. It's just that if you're spending your time judging that, what good is that? Judging and commenting about that. It's just nonsense. But when you get the experience, like when you're meditating, and then suffering turns to no suffering, that's definitely very impactful for sure. That's definitely meaningful when you experience that. It's like, hey, wait a minute. The whole pain game and pleasure game and everything just kind of. But I don't know what that is, And really, a lot of these things, it's just, that word schizophrenia comes to mind. It's just your own schizophrenia because you can't really find anybody to talk to. Nobody wants to talk about these things. No one with experience wants to be available to people and be open to people, etc. There's nobody to talk to. There's nobody to connect with about these terms or these ideas or whatever. You know what I mean? And then you want to do a retreat or you want to visit at a temple and it's empty or it costs hundreds of dollars and all this stuff. And I just think that that's just, I spit on that. I shit on that. I piss on that. And that's why I like, one of my teachers that I really admire and really believe in is Sayadaw Otamatara, because he believes in the 24/7 Dhamma coffee shop, 24/7 Dhamma hostel, 24/7 Dhamma community center. And you just look at how spectacular that would be in the world for children, for teenagers, for people. You know what I mean? So is this in some ways, going in that direction? Sure it is. But it's a high cost. How these temples are so closed and how you can't access anybody and there's no Buddhist hotline and it's just a shame. It's vegan nachos, sure. With more power comes more responsibility, so. Yeah. It is a good book title. Yeah, that's one way to fund a 24/7 Dhamma coffee shop. But I'm not able to do that now. I don't know if it's a tumor or a lack of a tumor, or I just don't have that. Because very early on, going to school, I was taught to disconnect from any natural proclivity I had towards anything. So a natural inclination towards reading or a natural inclination towards mathematics or anything was just, that doesn't matter. Don't focus on that. Don't consider about that. Just keep going along with the bullshit of the regular schedule. So In some ways, sure, I do feel cheated out of my childhood, cheated out of my potentiality, but that led me here. Am I schizophrenic? Sure, sure I am. Maybe that's a good idea for you know, sure. Completely, totally. Oh, the Philippines, that's great. Yeah. Sure, sure. Well, good luck to your brother, Jimmy. May he be well, happy, and peaceful. We talk about this a lot in the live streams, so I had heard something. I had saw something. I had thought something. So what? Here's this, here's that. You know what I mean? And so I also saw a TikTok. I've got to start saving some of these TikToks because they have a lot of great wisdom in it. But it was like a meme, and it said, I'm de-diagnosing you from schizophrenia. I'm de-diagnosing you from paranoid delusion disorder. I'm and thank you again, Steve. I really appreciate your donation. It said, you're just retarded, actually. And there's definitely truth in that. There is truth in that the people here are retarded. Even Osho said that. It's a sound clip from Osho. The people are retarded. But where we get into problem is when that's conflict oriented. You know what I mean? So to call out the stupidity of the empty skyscraper, or to question why there's no free healthcare or things like that, you know, that's fine in and of itself. But once we start getting into conflict with other people about that, we're confusing ourselves, because in the same way that you are poor and uneducated and stupid and ugly and complaining, they are wealthy and beautiful and educated and complaining. You know what I mean? So being in conflict with each other is not going to help anything. So you let it go. You relax and let it go, you know? And you appreciate what's available for you. The way of relational harmony is generosity. You know, that's why we are so destitute as a people and lacking in community, is because we are not practicing generosity seriously. You know what I mean? And it's to take it very, 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 very seriously. And it doesn't mean that this is going to be a particular way, or that this is going to go in a particular direction. But what is here, take this very, 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 very seriously. And to the degree that you take this very, very seriously, concerned with generosity, that's what can happen out of it. You know what I mean? And you don't just set the groundwork or the framework there for yourself, you also set that for the others. Luke, I've got something weird for you right here, okay? That's what they say, that's what I've heard, guitar, but the last thing you want to have is any extra disadvantages, because it's tough. Yeah, so the boundaries here are kind of pre-installed. So there are pre-installed boundaries here. And the people that tend to have a problem with the pre-installed boundaries, or have a problem with the lack of boundaries, are people who aren't even making use of what's being offered here. and then they go and complain about it. I was cheated, I was taken advantage of. All they did was come and watch and participate. And then when they got more direct teachings, they threw a hissy fit and wanted to complain about it. So in this environment, in this dynamic, nothing is for sale here. There's no like push for private coaching sessions or developing some kind of intimate interpersonal relationship. You're completely here of your own free will. You can leave at any time. There's like a natural distance here. And it's oftentimes the people that show up and say, well, I'm concerned about this, I'm concerned about that. These are the people that need to get the fuck out as quickly as possible, because this is not here for you and your ego. I have a concern. Well, take your concern, shove it up your ass, and find some place to go and use the toilet. And that's the kind of, we set our boundaries. We set our boundaries that way. It's true. We can get hurt. We can feel maybe taken advantage of or misaligned or misdirected on the path, but that's our own fault. That's our own problem. You know what I mean? You have to take responsibility for your own choices and your things that you make yourself get involved with. Here, Rich, let me send you an invitation to get a little bit closer. Welcome. Oh, Joa B. How wonderful. And it's I'm concerned. That's great. That's wonderful. I'm glad that you're concerned, as you should be. You should be concerned. What a joy it is to be an American, where we got the Fifth Amendment. Is it dangerous? Sure. Sure, it's dangerous. Sure, this is dangerous. Yeah. Just as much as there's a problem, there's also no problem. And if we can't realize that, we will get into problems where you won't be able to realize that, and it'll be a bigger and bigger problem. Yeah. Yeah. Sir, could I get +1 cappuccino? Yeah. Yeah, this is very nice. You know, we get that idea of what book are you reading from? What song is that? We miss out on the listening. And be careful, because I know that I can show a lot of that excitement, a lot of that energy, but there can be side effects as well. So you want to push forward that energy in a simple way and in a calm way and in a way of releasing, so you can avoid side effects. Oh, Guru Padmasambhava. I don't even know who Shanta Rakshita is. Guru Padmasambhava's, he's cool. Om Guru Padmasambhava, Namo 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 Guru Padmasambhava. I don't know. I guess it just wasn't, because of how I grew up with single parent homes and a lot of moving around, and there just wasn't that, like, that teaching that said, hey, you like this, you have an inclination towards this, let's support this. And you know, so it just tapered off. You know, it just died out. Whereas when I was very young, I was an avid reader. I loved reading, but it just wasn't supported in that way. Someone asked Zudo, what is the living meaning of Zen? Zudo said, the mountains are high, the oceans are wide. What does it mean? The mountains are high, the oceans are wide. What happens What do you do if you don't believe in anything and the beliefs that you do have are concerned with not believing in anything? How about that? Just awareness? Can't you see it? Can't you see it like that? Can't you say it like that? Just awareness? Not that that is something, but that that is not about you. Not about the idea of separation. Well, it doesn't matter what's required. You're an addict. You're compulsive. You're out of control. You're a schizophrenic lunatic. So it doesn't matter what is required to do or what's not required to do. You can't do that. So then to face the mind or to face reality as it is, that's not based on the stories that you tell. Anyway, just respond. It just matters that you don't attach to how you respond. It doesn't matter what wig I wear, it just matters that I'm not attached to the wig that I wear. I use the essential oil of generosity as much as I can, as much as I can bear. And that's why there's, you can be very careful as well, because there's a lot of problems that come up from crazy people. People that don't have an active relationship with generosity, people who want to be in control wherever they go, people who don't know how to let go of their ego. And hey, there's a truth in that is all of us. That all of us are in that situation, because if the conditions change, if the environments change, we may be out of control. Well, that's the thing about money. and how we view the world and how we view things. We see it as the highest, we see it as the utmost. The only thing that means something is the money or the property or the appearance. And what that leads to is a lot of waste and a lot of nonsense. Landfills full of useful materials, higher prices on things that don't need to be a high price, and a lot of false sense of superiority and false sense of inferiority. I mean, who can argue with a Mercedes-Benz? Who can argue with an Audi A8 with tinted windows and $10,000 speaker system and subwoofers and high output alternator and whatever else they can put in that these days? You know what I mean? Who can argue with that? Nobody can argue with that except detachment. Detachment can argue with that. And when we don't have this like infrastructure of generosity that's concerned with virtue and concerned with detachment and concerned with renunciation, it means that we don't have standards that we can hold. Because as wealthy as you can be, that's how greedy you can be. That's how non-virtuous you can be. So it's like in country like Myanmar, they're they have this system, they have this culture of generosity, so you can get these massive orphanages or these massive institutions, these massive buildings that are all about generosity, all about virtue, all about wisdom. Now, are they idealistic places? Is it absolutely that everything's to the highest standards? No. And people who can't understand generosity are little devils, little demons. And this needs to be taught to children. We laugh about generosity, or we make fun of it, or we make light of it, right? But the reason that you do that, and the reason that your mind is conflicted and, well, what, is because you weren't taught about generosity as a young person. You weren't taught about how important it is. And that means that you don't have a sense of balance, a sense of concreteness about your capacity to give, your capacity to detach, your capacity to prioritize avenues of involvement that aren't based in your selfish ego. It's almost like we're untaught how to be generous. It's almost like we're untaught how to be mindful, how we're untaught to be virtuous, how we're untaught to be contemplative, to stop and look deeply, how we are institutionalized out of curiosity, out of our inherent knowing that we don't know mostly. And Adam Bennett, it's a dead road, it's a dead end road. Ezra says, in Asia, don't they donate to show off to their neighbors? Don't you want to be well known and well considered in the community that you're a part of? Don't you want to be a recognized major donor and major supporter here in the Monk Life Meditation community? Who wouldn't want that? So we're easy to criticize, but we're not easy to help, And so we want to switch that around. We want to turn that on its head, where we're quite easy, we're quite flexible to give and to say, hey, is there anything that you need? To anyone, to whoever, right? But especially concerned with what we're concerned with. And here we're concerned with mindfulness and detachment. We're concerned with practicing generosity as a way of self-sacrifice. When you look at like the Christians in America and the prosperity gospel, and these guys who they build up these massive empires, private jet. Am I going to get a private jet? Where's my private jet? You think I'm better than them? Well, make sure that I, that I'm appearing better than them as well, right? There's something that works about that. Generosity works. So we can't ultimately say, well, that's just a scam or that doesn't work. It does work. Generosity does work. And we should be more open about that. If I hear that you've started doing your own live stream and you're live streaming 8 hours, 10 hours a day, you're giving, whatever it is that you're doing, that's great. You've got my support. Give. Seriously. That is the answer. That is the solution. With whatever and wherever and however you can. More than you can, as much as you can, and more than you can. My day yesterday was worse off because I couldn't punch myself in the gut enough and punch myself in the head enough to just get up and give. It's an inconvenient truth. To go beyond our limits, to see how far we're willing to take this in the here and now and in general. Not about better or worse, but beyond better or worse through giving. Yeah, it also instills a value of community. So meaning and truth, meaning and detachment, meaning and giving up meaning. Don't be afraid of anxiety. You're just a normal person. You just live a normal life. Nobody knows who you are, nobody knows about you, nobody cares. You're living in a normal situation. Nobody cares. So when you start to feel that anxiety, when you start to feel your heart beating like that, just listen to it. Just embrace it. Just accept it. Your blood is flowing. Be with it. Drifter, shut your mouth. Bentov's teaching. What do you think you're talking about? What do you think you're talking about here? Asking other people about Bentov's teachings and ideas. You better be quiet here. Don't talk to anybody else here. You better be quiet. And if you want to talk about Bentov's teachings and ideas, you tell me what they are. And I'll tell you if it stinks like shit or it stinks like flowers. All right? Sit down, or stand up, or lay down, or crouch, or do yoga and listen. No opinions allowed here. That's right. Allow, allow, allow. Whatever it is, allow. Detachment is beyond good or bad. Well, Drifter, I don't know what that's about. This is not a place for you to give book recommendations. I don't know if you've fallen off your couch and bumped your head or something like that. But we're not giving out book recommendations here. Shut your mouth and listen before I throw you out of here. Don't talk to Fox. Don't talk to anybody else here. I'm talking to you. Bentov. I'm going to Bentov my foot. Okay? Shh. Bentov, huh? Yeah, relax and listen. Hey, Julie. Don't be mean. Let's get some big W's in the chat for going to the wig shop after this. Okay, from now on, Bentov is a banned word here. Do not mention Bentov here. There are no discussions about Bentov here, okay? Book I recommend is called No Mud, No Lotus, The Art of Transforming Suffering by Thich Nhat Hanh. For everybody, that's like recommended reading. That's like essential reading for anybody who's here. If you're not going to donate to me, donate to yourself by purchasing that book under my direction. No Mud, No Lotus, The Art of Transforming Suffering by Thich Nhat Hanh. Read it, go into it, digest it, receive it, read it once, twice, 3 times, read a page a day, whatever. Yeah.
Your generation is very good. For us. Each generation will be a better than 0, 0.
Drifter, what don't you realize? What don't you realize about me being the boss here? What don't you realize about this being my house? What don't you realize about me being in charge here, Drifter? What don't you realize about that? I'm in control. I'm in charge. I'm the leader. I'm the leader. Okay? What don't you understand about that? Don't try to do like I do. You cannot do like I do, can you? If you try to do like I do, you will be completely lost and confused. Are you going to live stream 8 hours a day? Are you going to go and be a Buddhist monk for 7 years? Are you going to go and train at Wat Ram Bodhidham in Thailand or in Tabarwa centers around the world and practice with Sayadaw Otamatara? Are you going to go and find Master Pohasunim up on his mountain in South Korea? Are you going to find Master Thich Thich in Jacksonville, Florida, and go and complain about how his temple doesn't have compost and then leave and then go to Thailand to ordain? No. So do not try to do what I do. That is not going to work out. Don't try to be me, because it's not going to work out. To wear my skin, all right? If you want to know what to do, you can ask me about what to do, okay? But don't try to talk to people the way I talk with people. Try to listen. Try to give. Try to give kindness. It's easy to complain about someone. It's easy to throw an insult. It's easy to call somebody stupid. It's difficult to help them unpack their delusions. Okay? And anyways, you don't have to do that, because I'm sitting right here. I'm in charge. I'm sitting on the throne. I'm the power man. The power man is here. Don't overstep me. The real power man is here. Don't overstep me. Okay? Sixth Sense Amelia, I would hide your comments. I would mute you from the live stream, but I'm enjoying your presence too much. You're very, very sweet. Very sweet baby. Very good baby. Well, there's a lot of egos around here, so if I'm not the biggest, what am I going to be? Yes, we are a YouTube live stream cult. We're going to go through these cycles, so, don't be in a rush, don't be in a hurry. We're going to have to go through all these things one way or another. Better that we go through them concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. And there are lines, you know what I mean? There are lines, so let's aspire to be lineless. I mean, I'm not ultimately against ripping off my shirt here and running through the streets. I don't think that's inherently bad or dangerous or whatever. And I don't care what people would think about me if I did that, but it's maybe just not the right timing or unnecessary, right? So it's like things being unnecessary doesn't mean that they're good or bad or right or wrong or whatever. It's not monthly cycles, it's more like a daily cycle. I would say oriented towards the sun, the sunlight, and the moon. So those daily cycles is actually what we break out of through our generosity. Such, for example, if you renounce, if you give up all your money and your possessions and your home and your car, and you give up everything and you go to become a monk or something like that, the cycles that have been perpetuating themselves up to now are going to be broken down. I'm not a clown, I'm the power man. What don't you understand about that? I'm famous. This is my YouTube channel. I'm a famous live streamer. I'm a famous YouTuber. I'm an influencer. I have over 100,000 followers on TikTok. What don't you understand about that? Oh, yeah, I am. I am. Oh, yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yo. Only donors get to have opinions. If you want to, share your opinion, I have to check how much you've donated, and then I consider how seriously to take your opinion. You can't understand it, you can't grasp a hold of it, and you will have to deal with that one way or another. It doesn't matter what way you go about it. Sure, Maria. It doesn't matter what way you go about it. You will have to deal with that you can't get a hold of it, and that you can't grasp it, and that you can't understand it, and that you can't control it. That's a good one, Rowana. That's actually a good point, Rowana. Because there's this thing about how we're very addicted to our sense of importance, to give our opinion. And frankly, the sense of importance about that you have an opinion doesn't really mean anything at all, right? Your $2 opinion. So don't be a $2 opinion holder. What's your question, Maria? I don't see it. Be careful about vaping, everybody. I haven't unlocked the two hearts thing. They've told me about that. I've heard about that. I haven't unlocked that. But with detachment, you can unlock everything because you're not grasping. So you're just involved as everybody else. It's your grasping and attachment that keeps you on the outside rather than access to the inside. I saw with Master Yonghua. Master Yonghua was talking with this person who was calling in from Korea, from South Korea, and it was like she was like a squid being. She had like a squid spirit and two hearts. It was really interesting. So there's a whole world out there that you can't put into a box, and this is partly to try and get people out of the nonsensical idea that they are like the power man, the power woman, the Mr. Understander, the Mrs. Understander, that life is somehow inside of a box that they think up. And really, you don't know. You don't know much more than you know. And think about how much you know, and think about how much attachment you have to what you know. And then to open up to the idea that you don't know nearly as much as you know. Detachment can cure diseases, and chanting mantras helps us to develop the blessings to detach. Wait till you hear this, lovely lemons. So this is also the interesting thing, Kai, that as much as there's like this authenticity or importance or like specialness, importance of the opinion or the questioning of the sincere, upright, interested practitioner, that's not better than the person who's, kind of just here and going with the flow and sharing about their sense or their opinion or their play or their art, they're sharing their poem. And so this sense of superiority or this sense of authority or importance over this scope of consideration is actually not inherently better or worse than anything else. And so we have to detach from the sphere of understanding that we find ourselves to be in. And if we can't detach from that, then it's kind of like we have to be led along. We have to be fooled, so to speak. And can you know that you're being fooled as you're being fooled? Probably not. But I think that's a lot more fairer than just having to deal with our lives alone. That's your final warning, B. One more comment like that, B, and you're going to get a countdown, and or you're going to get a new username. You're going to get sent off to make up a new username. That's final warning for Sergeant D's as well. Everybody's going to get a final warning here pretty soon. Maria. And that's nice as well. That's a nice practice. If you want to reach out, or you just want to connect, you just want to meet, or you want to ask a question to the teacher, that you can, it's really more about sentimentality than transaction. You're not buying somebody's time, but you're expressing this consideration in your way of interbeing with that person. So Maria says, how does one gain the ability of tolerance and acceptance when dealing with people that thrive on victimizing themselves and accountability is absent? This is one of those kinds of questions where you want to be as specific as you can. And this is also a kind of generosity. And I know there's people that really believe that generosity is about money, or that my teaching about generosity is, I'm planning to buy an Audi or something like that. I don't know if I would get an Audi. I would get, I'm more like definitely a strong sedan, or a bus. Also a big bus. I also like that kind of thing. But anyways, this isn't about me buying vehicles. So it's like that generosity is you share your experience. You share your secret. You share the details of your clinging and your attachment and where your mind is and what your mind is involved with, right? And you be as specific, you be as clear as you can. And in that way, there's a much better opening for communication or for mutual non-interpersonal generosity to take place. You empty out that cup of attachment. You have to step back. You have to step back from responsibility. You have to detach. You have to be detached. So it's like you don't get caught up in any ego stuff about anything. You're just here, you're just aware. And that's where no you begins to shine. You're like, you remember, oh, Sergeant D's, you're a schizophrenic patient in a mental asylum. This is an illusion in your own mind. Wake up, 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 wake up. This equality problem is a big, big problem. How many times do I have to remind people here that you are not equal to me? How many times do I have to say it? How many times do I have to remind you? How many times do I have to point this out? That you are not equal to me. Let's get some big W's in the chat for the one and only real power man. That's me. W's in the chat, everybody. Let those W's, let those birdies fly. Let those W's fly. Let those W's fly. All the pretenders, all the fakers, all the wannabes. Let's W them out of here. W's in the chat, everybody. Ooh, W's in the chat. Here we go. Two, 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 two. You got it, Luke. All those fakers, all those posers, all those pretend egoers here. Yeah, right. You think you're going to come in here and be important? This is my spot. This is my place. This place belongs to me. You call this stupid, you call this a game? I'm the big boss here. Okay? I'm the famous one here. This is my live stream. This is my YouTube channel. What are you going to do? I'm the leader. Thank you, RH. I do appreciate that. I'm the leader. I'm in control here. Yeah, I am. I'm in control here. Be careful that you don't get lost in the sauce. Does anyone have any good wig shop recommendations in Penang? It's exciting, right, to get a new wig? Celebrity and star hair. Wow, look at this. Look what I could do. It's okay, I got it. Box hair. I need a wig. Hair secret shop. Do wig. Beauty impact. Just looking for a good wig shop that has a lot of options. But a lot of these places are like, you know, like barber shops. This one looks, this is far away. I'm looking for a wig. What's that? I don't know what that is. Look at this, everybody. We're turning up. Let's all turn up. Flowers, flower offering. You see, and that's also offering. That's also consideration. You know, and I get a little bit of inspiration. I don't know how many Tibetans we have in here, people who are Tibetan, influenced by Tibetan Buddhism. But there's one, he's a tulku. He's a Bhutanese tulku. Talk about a good way to go. And Khyentse Rinpoche, and you know, he's like a super, you know, he's a super monk in terms of Tibetan Buddhism. And he'll do like cross-dressing. He'll dress up as a woman. He's an older man now, but so what is this? What is going on? You know, what are we to make out of this this way of being? This way of being. Are those the same word? Is it a wig? Is it a sin to forgive ourselves? Is it a sin to not think, to be aware and not be in a state of thinking? to give without thinking about giving, to receive without thinking about receiving, to listen without thinking about listening, to teach, to share without thinking about teaching and sharing? What is it? Breaking up these blockades of these ways of understanding and these ways of being that have tormented us so. Yeah, thank you, Julie and Ezra. To throw flowers at the feet of the teacher. Hai la 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 bosa, hai la 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 bosa, hai la 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 bosa, kumbala, 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 kumbala. You know, we make light of ourselves because the real flowers that we throw at the feet are non-dual. Who says we can't be in a relationship? Who says we can't be concerned with mindfulness and detachment? Who says that we cannot be affectionate to our teacher or to our donor or whatever it is? To be appreciative, to be overflowing and overwhelmed with emotion. You know, what are you going to do? I'm the power man. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I'm in charge here. Okay? Let's get it straight. This is my YouTube channel. I'm the teacher here. I'm the boss here. You know what I say? I say ego schmigo. I know I'm okay right now, Billy. Thank you, though. Yeah, I like bubble tea. I don't like to combine caffeine and sugar because there's enough delicious caffeine sources like a cappuccino or like a pu'er tea. And I already have enough sugar problems as it is, so bubble tea is something I try to go. Julie, this is your practice path. This is what you're working with. This is what you have to step back from. The idealistic meditation retreat or the Kundalini yoga, sex, singing bowl experience in the Bahamas or whatever, that's never going to get you anywhere, my dear. So this is the environment to experience the difficulty or to experience the problematic people and to detach from that. To forgive them, but most important, to detach from them. They are just like thoughts, just like appearances, just like flowers falling from the sky, covering everywhere. You know, and how nice it would be to make flowers fall from the sky for everyone. But this is the suffering for us to detach from. This is the energy, you know, we have to remember this isn't only about us. This is concerned with everyone and everything. Limitless. And right now I don't have a website. And we don't, you know, this is my website. You're on my website right now. This is my website. This is my website, and these are my followers and supporters and humble students and kind donors and fellow practitioners. Yeah, that used to be my website, but it was changed a little bit, so now it's just a Buddhism resource site, so it's good for that too. Because life happens, you know. They took my car, they took my website, they took so much from me, and they gave back so little. Well, what are you going to do, sue them? You're going to open up a lawsuit? So you just let it go, let it be. Who needs brain cells when you've got mindfulness and detachment? It's how it is. It's how it is. It's how it goes. Can't we leave it at that? That's how it is and that's how it goes, and to step back? To step back and be mindful? Because this environment is in fact meant to be unlimited. And so, you know, detachment is not rejection. So to detach from the random comments that people are putting out there, you don't necessarily need to not read them. But you don't need to read the comments. You don't need to do it, you don't need to not do it. There are no comments. It's just the grasping and attachment in the mind. And just as much as this is a time to look at me, this is a time to close your eyes and go back within yourself and to just listen. To just listen and to be aware. So there's no excuse, especially, you know, worrying about people playing and be patient, because it will energy go up, energy go down, going through these cycles, and that non-attachment is very important, even in the midst of all these things that are going on, that seem to be going on. Well, you know that that's bad, you know that that's wrong. If you want to feel bad, you do bad things. If you want to feel good, you do good things. So find out what's good, do it, and you'll feel it. This live stream is concerned with mindfulness and detachment. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, and this is my way of yoga, my way of meditation, my way of doing good deeds, my way of creating and facilitating and supporting community, of being full of space and offering the fullness of spaciousness with those spiritual seekers, with those interested parties. It's a place to be vulnerable. It's a place to make mistakes. It's a place to be mindful, and it's a place to detach from non-practical, complicated thinking. Opinions are not really allowed here. They're allowed as much as they are seen through as being just gas. And right now there's no big project, there's no big plan, there's no big direction. Just to be mindful and not attached, and to be engaged and involved and concerned with the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha, wisdom, enlightenment. It tends to be that people who are involved as deeply as they can be don't have much to say, and the people who are completely on the wrong track and confused about enlightenment and spirituality, those are the people that usually speak up. But we can also use this as a spiritual helpline, a Buddhist helpline, where you can call in, you can ask your questions, and get some advice and get some support. But you probably won't like the advice that you get, because we're not here to support our egos in the face of our egos being supported. We like this, we don't like this, etc. Getting caught up in how it seems, or caught up in our preferences, caught up in how we feel about it. The suspense, the intrigue. Am I going to get a wig today? Am I not going to get a wig today? How deeply are we going to go in meditation today? How deeply are we going to go in absurdism today? How many donations, how many funds will we raise today? All to be continued, all to stay tuned, but especially not to be attached and ready to inquire, to take a sense of responsibility and a sense of engagement and involvement, that you're not just a random fool, but that you can speak up, you can share, you do have the capacity to speak heart to heart, in a way that's not just about your expectations or your idea of what's going on, but actually to share your heart, to share your experience and to question, and also a space to have that access. You can call me right now on WhatsApp, and we will talk about your complaint, your criticism, your praise, your support, whatever it is. If this is all wrong, if I wasn't really a Buddhist monk for 7 years, if I really don't know what I'm talking about, and you know that, and you know about this kind of stuff, call me up and let's make sure that people know that, let's show what it really is. And in the same way, to support, to donate, whatever, Because there's not really many ways to get involved in this space, because it's a non-physical, it's a mental space. So, you kind of have to practice seriously on your own, and practice seriously on your own is very difficult. So. What's more reliable is doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment. So finding a way to do good deeds with mindfulness and detachment concerned with this space, there's a lot of things you can do, and one of them that's very direct is to donate or to support. I don't have any really volunteering opportunities right now. But you can also, while you're here, you can practice yoga. You can try to practice meditation seriously. You can clean up your house, clean your toilet, clean your parents' toilet, whatever. But we want to find a way to practice while we're here, not just kind of sit back and commentate, because that's not going to help anybody. That's not what this space is for. And also, I know that some people want to try and they feel connected, but they feel, skeptical in some way. And, Two cappuccino specialty cappuccino. Okay, 48 ringgit.
You need the receipt?
No. So be as skeptical as you like about me. But don't be skeptical about the teachings, right? And so it's kind of like you're comping yourself out because you're talking about, well, does this guy really know about enlightenment? Does this guy really know about wisdom? Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Whatever. And none of that really matters. You know what I mean? Try to share about the teachings. And we can examine that and look at that together and see, if I seem to know what I'm talking about or not. And I very well may not. I might be a complete lunatic. I might be a two-faced devil. Right? Anything's possible. So this is titled, Where Do You Get It? And that's what we all want, right? We should aspire to surpass our teachers. That is the greatest honor that we can give to our teachers, is to surpass them. I've actually, one of my Dhamma friends and supporters, who's here or not here now, I don't know, but they're really on track. They're taking refuge with great masters in Australia, in South Korea, in different ways. So, may they surpass me. May their dharmas become higher than mine. May anyone who's concerned with my wisdom and my compassion, may they surpass it wholeheartedly, totally. So they can look down on me and say, poor Robert, Poor Rob. He'll get it eventually. Well, they wouldn't say that, would they? Okay, so where do you get it? Someone asked Zudo. This is Zen Master Zudo. That's why these texts, these quotes are starting out with someone asked. Because someone asked Zudo. Zudo wasn't just this Zen master going around blabbering off like me. So he had to ask him. So someone asked Zudo, as it is said, the one road beyond is not transmitted by any of the sages. So the one road beyond is not, nobody teaches it. Nobody can teach the road beyond, because there's nobody there to begin with. There's an aspect of it. But maybe that's trying to transmit it. That's trying to teach it, right? So someone asked Zudo, as it is said, the one road beyond is not transmitted by any of the sages. So then, where did you get it? Zudo said, I thought you were a Zen practitioner. To let go into being. How deeply, how fully, how completely, how totally this way of letting go into being that is empty of things. Stop believing in and endorsing the dualistic views and definitions of direct experiencing, and allow the letting go into being to go. Not going somewhere, not developing something. Just emphasizing the letting go, the not someone, the not somewhere, the things-lessness of that letting go into being. That there's no things in that. And we label it, or we do, but give you goosebumps, give you the heebie-jeebies. Because it is just a kind of unknowing. And this maybe is not as much about the truth or the non-duality or the way that it is, but kind of like the deprocessing, the deprogramming of mental constructs in the mind, the destorification of direct experience. somebody, something, this, that. No, it does not apply. It's irrelevant. Even that particular experience doesn't apply, like putting that experience into a box, because it's an unfolding, it's an experiencing itself taking place. The wise boldly pick up a truth as soon as they hear it. Don't wait for a moment or you'll lose your head. So when you illuminate your perception, your eyes are like 1,000 suns, so that nothing can escape notice. Ordinarily, people just have never been so observant, but they should not give up in frustration because of underestimating themselves. So our eyes, so observant, so aware that our eyes are like 1,000 suns, burning up, burning through all kinds of involvements and entanglements, seeing things as they are moment by moment. And here, so this is the, it says it right here. It says, someone asked Zudo, what is your manner of teaching? Zudo replied, when guests come, one should see them. So that means to be aware. But when we are fixating and involved in our idea about something, our idea about someone, etc., we become wrapped up in a silk cocoon of our ignorance, of our blindness, of our wearing blinders like horses, like racing dogs. And so you need a little bit of cocaine, get you juiced up, get you ready to go, for your eyes to burn like 1,000 suns. You need something. Something's got to wake you up. And so this is for our stalwart friend. Hopefully they're still here. Where is our stalwart friend? Julie. The river of Zen is quiet, even in the waves. The water of stability is clear, even in the waves. So the clarity that's being talked about here, the quietness that you are remembering about, this is the quietness and this is the clarity of in the waves, even in the waves. If you take out even in the waves, you miss out on the whole point. This is why a lot of people this is difficult to understand. That's why there are a lot of people going to Kundalini, sex yoga, Reiki, singing bowl workshops, ayahuasca workshops, and there are very few people practicing mindfulness and detachment seriously, concerned with doing good deeds, limitlessly. Because they don't understand that the river of Zen is quiet even in the waves. The water of stability is clear even in the waves. That there is a kind of habit energy of convincing. There's a kind of, seems to be a habit energy of believing. And so Zen is to be convinced by nothing, to believe in nothing. So as Zen Master Zudo said, as we read, right? Someone came up to Zudo. As it is said, someone comes up to this live stream. As it is said, the one road beyond is not transmitted by any of the sages. So then where did you get it? Some high-minded, special question. This person maybe studied Zen, has some experience, what have you. Zuda said, I thought you were a Zen practitioner. What a stupid question. And you can imagine, this is somebody who's gotten involved with that path to enlightenment and Buddhism and meditation. If they're stupid, if they're asking a stupid question, imagine how stupid you are. And this is another one of those convincings or involvements where stupidity, stupid, I'm stupid, wah. Don't be convinced about the notion of stupidity. Don't be convinced about the notion of yourself. Don't be convinced about the connection between those two. Look right at it. Look right at it without wanting more of it. Look right at it without wanting less of it. Look right at it without neutrality, without conceiving about it in any way. Just experiencing, just hearing, just seeing. This is probably the kind of Fen Yang, Zen Master Fen Yang, on realizing the way. Once you realize universal emptiness, all situations are naturally mastered. You want to hear that again? Should we hear that again? Once you realize universal emptiness. Now, emptiness, we can think about the word impermanence. So that skyscraper, that big building, it seems to be permanent, right? But it's impermanent. So that skyscraper is kind of empty. It's empty of permanence. So what is it full of? Bricks? Once you realize universal emptiness, all situations are naturally mastered. You have perfect communion with what is beyond the world, while embracing what is within all realms of being. So that which is beyond the world is within all realms of being. If you miss the essence of Zen, after all, there's nothing to it. So even if you miss it, after all, there's nothing there, nothing to get. If you get its function, it has spiritual effect. The real way of non-minding is not a school for petty people. So pettiness is not allowed here. Take your pettiness and go somewhere else with it, because it's not going to work anyway. And we have some institutions and schools and ways of practice where we, come on with your pettiness, let's get you up to this, and this, and you can bring your pettiness to something that, is in support of this. Leave your pettiness at the door. I do not want to score in your drug war in the way of attachment, even if it benefits me. I don't want you to score in attachment, even if it benefits me. Don't be attached. You're gonna get a stomach ache. Where are you reading in the fine print that you're not gonna get a stomach ache? So the teaching here is almost to give you a stomach ache. I'm almost here to give you a stomach ache. To give you the medicine so bitter that it forces you to empty out all of the accumulations of complicated thought. that you've held on to up to this point. Once you realize universal emptiness, all situations are naturally mastered. You have perfect communion with what is beyond the world, while embracing what is within all realms of being. If you miss the essence of Zen, after all, there's nothing to it. If you get its function, it has spiritual effect. The real way of non-minding, non-thinking, non-believing is not a school for petty people. When you are settled in Zen, your mind is serene, unaffected by worldly distractions. You enter the realm of enlightenment and transcend the ordinary world, leaving the world while in the midst of society. Okay. Well, that's how it is, isn't it? And to be out, what do they say, right? They say in the world but not of the world. And that idea that we make up is also problematic. That's also the problematic idea. That's also the attachment idea. That's also missing out what is within all realms of being. What is within all realms of being? This is supposed to... So, whatever idea it is, that's the wrong idea. Hey Bixby, turn on a hotspot.
To see more results on the lock screen, turn on
I don't need the results. Hey Bixby, turn on hotspot.
Okay, I turned on.
Detach, detach, detach. Abandon, abandon, abandon. Forgive, forgive, forgive. The sink is the sink is shipping. The sink is shipping. The sink is shipping.
株洲係唔一樣嘅。
The sink is shipping. Oh, that's completely insane, Donnie. Oh, my never meal moment, 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 never meal. Oh, my never meal moment, 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 never meal moment. Oh, mon ebed meal moment, 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 ebed meal. Oh, mon ebed meal moment, 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 ebed meal. Oh, man ebed meal. Oh, mani bodme om. Oh, mani badme om. Oh, mani bedme om, nebedme 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 om. Oh, mani bedme om, nebedme om, nebedme om. Oh, mani badme Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Because it's very easy to get lost in our thinking and our thoughts about things. And you know what Alan Watts said? He said, if all you do is think about things all the time, then all you're thinking about is thoughts. And that's not a good way to go about it, is it? So we are here as the learners, we are here as the practitioners, we're here as the sincere people on the path. Okay? Remember that this is concerned with Buddhism and meditation. This is concerned with mindfulness and detachment. So to feel that energy is a good thing. But the problem is when you feel that energy and you think that that's about something in particular. It's not about something in particular. It's just energy in the body. And we learn how to process and work with that energy through our Tai Chi. Right? Our Tai Chi. To work with that energy in the body. Because we get into this trap that everything is a story. But this isn't a TV show. This isn't a movie. This is storyless. This is thoughtless. The ground of being is not based in stories or thoughts. That's the truth. That's why we can be playful, we can be open, we go over here, we go over there. We get angry, we let go of being angry. We get upset or we get confused, we let go of somebody says, oh, you're so beautiful. So beautiful, so beautiful. Or someone says, oh, you're so ugly, you're so ugly, you're so good, you're so bad. How can you let go of it? You can let go of it because this life, this reality is not story-based. Stories come out of this life, and stories return to this life. But the real question is, what is this life? What is this experience as it is? Not as we think about it. Not according to how out of control our desires or our fears are, how we're moved around by this and that, but how we can step back and detach. Breathing in, we get the oxygen inside of our body. Breathing out, we release and relax that, like a whole body and mind. Release and relax the whole body and mind. Not to be in this constant state of consuming, but to be very aware and not attached. Suppression breeds toxicity. Oh, that's very sweet. You want to say that again in a different way? I love that, Alex. How are we working with that, Olif? Can you say a little bit more about that? Not if. Don't use the earth, because the way that it is, that's the way that it is. Right? We don't need to think about that. That's the way that it is. And the true lover, the real boyfriend, the real girlfriend, is inside of ourselves. It doesn't matter who your boyfriend is, who your girlfriend is, you know, whatever that you want to think about yourself or what other people want to think about you. The truth, right? Let's talk about the truth. The truth is that you are with yourself all the time. So the depth to which you learn to be with yourself in a deep and meaningful way, that is how you have the wonderful power for life to be the way that you want it to be. Not all these complicated thoughts about yourself and other people and this and that, and it's just never ending. It's never ending. It keeps going and going and going. No. Everything is mind. Everything is mind. Don't get into particularities for the sake of particularities. Okay? This frequency and whatever mind affect that goes along with that is empty, primarily. But whatever feeling is connected with that is not separate from that. They inter-are. So when we fixate on these particularities of 555 hertz, 77 hertz, 666 hertz, 1800 hertz, we are getting pulled into the world of duality and contrivance. Okay? The selfish path is all about what we're willing to give up. Are we willing to give up the current experience that we're having? Are you willing to detach from that? Are you willing to be free of that thought in the midst of that thought? Are you willing to be wrong when you're right? Are you willing to be right when you're wrong? Are you willing to be neither wrong nor right, together with everything or anything? Are you willing and able to do that? You have to detach from non-practical, complicated thinking. Resonance. Resonance is like you like the taste of mangoes, you don't like the taste of pineapples. There's nothing special in resonance. There's nothing special in karmic affinity. It's like thinking that there's something special in finding this person beautiful, or that person beautiful, or whatever. It doesn't mean anything special. It's just something happening, right? It's just a connection. It's just an affiliation. There's no special thing out there that you connect with. Some special crystal or some special archangel Michelangelo. That's just a technique. That's a practice. And so when you start believing in that beyond the practical application of it, you're lost in it. You're lost in ignorance and attachment. You get confused. And then you get further and further down these traps where people say, oh, actually, this is just simple and this is just about being happy and being peaceful, etc. And then when you really start talking with them, they start talking about 5D DMT entities and the archangel Michelangelo and how they've got light armor and all these different things. And that's just not the point. It's like, imagine if you were trying to transmit what you had, your peace, your compassion, your wisdom, into a child. And now you're talking to them about Michelangelo and light beings and all that. That's insane. That's totally insane. So in the same way, we should set up our groundwork of spirituality in a way that's not completely insane. Does that make sense? Not about complicated thoughts. Did you know monks at all, Kaylee Sparks? People just set it up. People just, they throw me an easy ball and I just hit it out of the park. Have you met any monks? Do you know anything about Buddhism? You know what I mean? Yeah, DMT elves, it doesn't mean anything. It's like thinking that it means something special or miraculous because there's pineapples. What are the pineapple elves, right? Just because I do something doesn't mean that you should do it. Just because I think something doesn't mean that I should keep thinking that. Just because I think something doesn't mean that there's actually an I that's thinking, but it's a process taking place. Kaylee Sparks, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I'm not a Buddhist monk now, but I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, that's great. Well, you're welcome, Kaylee, and you'll see what happens if you hang out here. But, it's not easy. Nothing in life is easy. And this is also not to get lost in appearances, not to get stuck in the appearances. Maybe this is something that you've never experienced before. Maybe this is something that you didn't know about until now. So it's like the openness and the flexibility. The main thing, the biggest thing is I just realized, I knew that I didn't want to keep carrying around that identity and that structure. Would I be better off as a monk or worse off as a monk? I just wanted to take that off the table because I was living that way for 7 years. And now I'm kind of getting a chance to, to meet myself and see myself where I am, having a lot. Because what happens as you go on the spiritual purification path, it's not that you lose your identity and now you're an empty vessel or something like that. But actually whatever tendencies, whatever inclinations, whatever pulls that you were naturally pulled towards become purified. And so the way you can understand that is you could be doing a live stream as a monk, right? And you could be very attached to status and fame and donations and all these kinds of things. But in the same way, you could be doing a live stream as a monk and you could not be attached to any of those things. So it's completely possible. You don't have to be anywhere. You don't have to do anything. You are where you are and you're doing what you're already doing. But you cannot be where you are, just like you cannot do what you're doing. It's completely possible. Even before we get into wisdom, right? We can empathize with the matter of fact that just as much as you're doing something, you can also not do that thing. You can also stop doing that thing. Just as much as there's something that you cannot do because you're tired or you're sleepy, you're lazy, whatever, you can do that thing. You can go out beyond your limitations. You can break out of what seems to be the case. You can be unlimited. Buddhism is just 3 basic things, and me as a Buddhist teacher, being here to facilitate us and myself and you to practice those things. Do more of what is good, do less of what is bad, and do what is good, don't do what is bad, and purify the mind. No. Non-practical, complicated thinking. Non-practical, complicated thinking. You have to learn how to detach from, how to abandon, and also how to forgive the accumulation of complicated, non-practical thinking in yourself. There's a lot of things that we're getting involved with in a materialistic way, in a spiritual way, that don't have anything to do with helping us to live a meaningful life, which means we are turning away from what is essential and we're turning towards what is non-essential. But we are actually going to have to deal with the essentiality of our lives at any and all times. So if you really want to develop and transform suffering, you have to learn how to take refuge in the dharma, in the dhamma, again and again and again and again, non-stop. Color yellow is good. Color yellow is, I don't know everything about the colors, but the color yellow is a bright color, color of sunlight, color of shining. They engage in practical, complicated thinking. So if your complicated thinking is practical, then do your work, do your job. But most of our thinking, a lot of the time for most of us, is non-practical, complicated thinking. For most of us, we would do a lot better to unlearn thinking rather than to perpetuate it. The same for how we transmit our experiences and our understandings to children. A lot of people don't have any business thinking about anything, but they're compulsively, non-stop thinking. And then they have these children, and the children become a dumping ground for these people's complicated thoughts that have no practicality or resonance with living the world in a peaceful, compassionate, wise way. Yeah, you have to relax. You have to step back. You have to abandon. You have to forgive. Just like you're thinking about your health and you're thinking about how you're going to live your life and how everything is going to go well. And then you get the cancer. So what are you going to do about that? How are you going to deal with that? But that's life. You're addicted to thinking. You're addicted to this, addicted to that. You're an addict through and through. You are your biggest problem. You are your biggest problem. Your want, your desire to be disciplined, your want, your desire to feel the way you want to feel, your want, your desire for things to be in the way that you want them to be. That is your problem. The desire is the problem. People think too much, and their thinking isn't valuable because they didn't get a real education. They just think and think and think about nonsense nonstop. So most people need to stop thinking. Their thinking about things is the problem. If less people thought about things, the world would be much better off. Too much thinking and not enough giving. That's right, the cycle. So we stand up, we stand out, we face the cycle here and now. That's the only time you can begin to disentangle yourself from the cycle, is in the eternal now, the constant now. So that's why it's so important to show up and to show out in this way, because you're never going to be able to think your way through it. It's not going to do you any good to understand the ocean. You're in the ocean or you're not. And if you're in it, you've got to swim in it, with it. Make it precise, make it direct, make it experiential. Make it right here and right now. Not just the thought. Not just the thought about the present is nothing. But the entering, the penetration, that is what we're working with. And you can only do it for yourself. You can't expect to see anyone else or to get anyone else to kind of transfer that to you or give that to you. You see it for yourself, and it's really nothing. You see that this accumulation of the past and future is really nothing. Basically nothing. And this is also where we come together and we try to meditate, and then we feel a little bit deep, and this and that and this and that. Oh, it's so heavy. Come on. Relax, refresh, and restart your entire ego. Refresh and restart your entire self. Refresh and restart all ideas you have about yourself and others. Restart everything. Use the word everything, everything. What are we going to do when we can't get what we want? See, to tune in, to sense into this constant wanting, this constant seeking, not being satisfied. And we make up all these ideas and stories and labels about ourselves and other people concerned with our satisfaction. But when we're totally at peace, when we're relaxed, awake and aware, there's no need for stories. Actually, that peacefulness and that resolution of all thoughts is so rich that there's no interest to get involved with complicated and ideas and stories of others. And when we're so addicted to the stories, we become this really idiotic man, a stupid man. And he's not a bad man, but he's just really stupid. He's an idiot in so many words. And what we want to do in that is not to placate him and rub his big belly and talk about he's our big special good man, but to kind of put our finger in his brain, not just in his face, but to put our finger straight through his forehead into his brain and wiggle it around a little bit, give him a little bit of a lobotomy. And in that way, he will be less likely to harm others and to harm himself. Because we don't listen. Because we've got so much fat in our belly and so much smoke in our lungs and so much shit in our ears, and we're drinking alcohol and we're being a good man and we're doing good things, and we think that we understand and we know about everything. We totally miss out on our opportunity to listen. We pretend to be an alpha male. We pretend to be a protector of children. We pretend to be a deep thinker, but really we're a bullshit artist. We're just bullshitting. And because we are so familiar with bullshitting, we see other people as just being bullshitters. We don't know how to stop and listen. And we pretend and we pretend and we pretend and we pretend that we are the understanders of the universe. Aha! Another place for me to understand. Easy peasy. Now I'm going to tell this guy to get a job. It's like you walk around and because you have big muscles, you think you're a fighter. But in fact, the person who's trained in MMA, you have no idea. So you go up there and you shove them and you get knocked out because you're a drunk lunatic. You're lost. Lost in ignorance and attachment. And you're not ready to step into the gym. You're not ready to step into the octagon. You're not that tough. You're not that real. You're not that sincere. You're not that authentic. You can't take me on. That's why you're going back into your brain and making up stories and then talking to nobody. Nobody knows who you are or what you're talking about. You're not in a position of authority here. You're just a random commenter. You're not ready to step into this ring. Okay? We got a word for people like you back in the streets where I come from. Thinkers. Okay? Thinkers aren't allowed here. Thinking is not allowed here. If you're thinking, you're wrong. Every thought is wrong. Every thought is wrong here. Every thought is wrong here. You know, do you know about Buddhism and meditation? No, you don't. You don't even know what the context of this live stream is, but you're here, you know, giving your commentary, giving your opinion. But you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know what you're doing here. You're just compulsively scrolling and you found a place where you can give an opinion. You're addicted to having an opinion. Yeah, and you don't know me either. Why not? Michael, Google Buddhism, Google meditation. Then you can come back and say some random opinion and comment, you know, that's about why this isn't related to Buddhism. These men, I'll give one word for it, entitled. Entitled freaks. These entitled freaks, they think they're owed everything. They think they're owed control. They think they're owed a right to have an opinion. They think they're owed to some kind of involvement in things that they have nothing to do with. Entitled freakazoids of control, of opinion holding, of being the boss. This ain't Fox News, big guy. This ain't CNN. Move on along. Thinking is not matter. There's materiality and mentality, isn't there? Materiality, so this hat is not a thought, is it? This is a material. The thought that this is a hat is mental. Release and relax. This is one of the techniques. This is one of the methods. My dear assembly, my dear followers and supporters. And for that matter, let's get some big W's in the chat, okay? Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. To shut up those pretenders, to shut up those fakers. Don't let them take over this live stream. Don't let the communists take over this live stream. These communists go everywhere they can go. They think they have a right to an opinion. They think it's their place. They think they have a right to control this. Communists, you get out of here. You freakazoids. You entitled freakazoids. You're so entitled. You think everything belongs to you. I'm not your employee, big guy. These communists come in here. W's in the chat, everybody. These communists come in here. These communist men, 40-year-old, 50-year-old men, complaining and leaving comments. What are you doing here? Go and be a man. Go and mow the grass. Go and take a shovel and put it in the ground. Dig a hole. For God's sakes, man. We've lost in America what real manliness is about. We've lost what it means to how you speak to another man, face to face, heart to heart. You don't just BS. Judging another man, better be careful. I don't play that. You communist scum. Lost in the world of Fox News and AI videos of Donald Trump planting the American flag on the moon. No way. Not here. Not in God's house. You take your atheist, communist, liberal BS somewhere else. You get that shit out of here before I help you get it out of here. You want to know where I got these scars? Get a friend. I don't need friends. I have followers, supporters, donors. I'm a celebrity. I'm an online celebrity. I'm a live streamer. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. And now I have many followers and supporters. Look at this. We have almost 100 people watching. This isn't your live stream. This isn't your house. This isn't your body. This is my body. This is my live stream. This is my house. You're a guest here. I tell you what, I know these aren't American men because American men know better than to talk about another man this way. Because we got Fifth Amendment. I tell you, these communist, liberal, European scumbags come in here trying to promote their leftist ideology. They think everybody deserves a handout. They're entitled. They're entitled freakazoids looking for a handout. Ain't gonna happen here, big guy. You want to make my world a communist world? You want to make me a liberal? You want to make me believe in the propaganda coming out? Not going to happen. You're a punk. You're a faker. You're a fraud. You're lying. Go mow the grass. You want to do something good. A bunch of pretenders. People who pretend to be serious. People who pretend to be sincere. People who pretend to be deep thinkers. They're entitled. They're looking for a handout. They're looking for everything to be handed to them. Everything to be explained to them. You want it explained? Go out and work for it. You don't have a right to know about Buddhism. You don't have a right to know about meditation. You don't have a right to know about the Dhamma, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. You don't have a right to have an opinion on non-duality. You don't know about it. And you're so entitled, you've been so poisoned by this liberal ideology, this progressive communist bullshit, that you think you're entitled to know about everything. You're not entitled to what you don't work for. You hear what I'm saying? And yes, it's difficult. And yes, it takes time. But, we've had to go through that to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and to give and to listen and to practice and to research. You think it's easy to be a Buddhist monk for 7 years? Liberal scum. These people become so polluted by their leftist ideology, they think that they're God. They think that they understand everything in the world. They think that they understand everything about everybody. Have you worked for it? Have you worked for an understanding about Buddhism? Have you worked for an understanding about meditation? Or do you just think you're entitled? You're entitled to know what's going on. You're entitled to have an opinion about this. Says who? You want me to support that bullshit? Not gonna happen. Who says this is about free love and peace? You think I'm your little commie boyfriend? The modern era, huh? The modern people, out of their minds. Just like barking dogs. They just bark and bark and bark, but they're not really saying nothing. They're just saying, me, me, me. What about me? What about my opinion? Desire and fear running rampant. Liberal entitlement. Progressive entitlement. Everybody knows about everything, don't they? Back in my day, it didn't work like that. You want to know about something, you got to go work for it. Nowadays, everybody's entitled to everything, huh? That how it is? You deserve, you're entitled to understanding Buddhism. You're entitled to understanding meditation. You're entitled to the labor of my experience. Is that right? Yeah. Good luck. You know where you're headed? You're headed here. You're headed to the graveyard. Be careful what you say. Be careful how you act. Because I'm done playing games, Michael, you liberal scum. You progressive communist lunatic. What if I told you, Kevin, this may come as a surprise to you, what if I told you that this live stream isn't about you? What if I told you that I'm not a hired actor, a hired teacher in your home to do what you want me to do? the progressives, the communists, the liberals, they're all out here today. I'm entitled to know what you know. I know about Buddhism. I know about meditation. I know about enlightenment. Says who? You think you're going to come here with your progressive stack of ignorance and attachment and get to the front of the line and share your opinion about things that you don't know about things that you're not even involved with? You're drunk. You're addicted. You've lost the sauce in the progressive leftist ideology. You've lost your mind. You think you know, but you don't. And you know that you don't know. But you're such a progressive leftist communist piece of grass that you pretend to know. Because you have this sense of entitlement about you. That you're entitled to everything. You don't want to work for anything. You don't want to work for an understanding. You don't want to work for your experience. That's what makes me and you different. I'm willing to work for what I do. I'm willing to work for what I understand, for what I experience. I'm not looking for a handout. Explain it to me. I'll explain something. You know what my mom used to taught me when I came home from that commie school? You want to redistribute wealth, huh? How about I redistribute my foot up your ass? And I said, you know what, Mama, you're right. I'm not a commie no more. I'm a Buddhist. I'm concerned with mindfulness and detachment. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Chew on that. You think you're entitled to my experience? You think you're owed my understanding? You think you're a communist. You're a communist. You are a communist. You are a communist. You're a pretender. You're a faker. You pretend to know, you think that you're entitled to the teachings of the Buddha. You think that you're entitled to mindfulness and detachment. You think that you're entitled to those doing actions of generosity and all kinds of good deeds. Commies go home. 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 Communists 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 go home. Pretenders, fakers, disingenuous communists. 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 Yo, 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 yo. Yo! Yo! Pretenders, fakers, disingenuous communists. 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 Yo! 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 Pretenders, fakers, disingenuous communists. 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 Yo! 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 Pretenders, fakers, disingenuous communists. 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 Yeah! 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 Yo! You, you. I just realized something. I am the real power man. 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 Just go. If you don't like it, just go. If you don't like it, just go. Dear friends, just a reminder, if you would like to support this work concerned with the teachings of the Buddha, practicing mindfulness and detachment, especially this kind of outreach work to people who would not otherwise have the opportunity to connect with a former Buddhist monk of 7 years, donations are accepted and really appreciated. Of course, you don't have to donate to be here, but it's one of the ways that you can get involved and support me and support this work. We will have a lot of time for questions and answers and to look deeply at this wonderful, precious moment. We've already done collaborations with many of the top, actually the top influencers for young people around the world. We've already done collaborations. So for example, we've been on iShow Speed's a live stream. We've been on with Aiden Ross. We've been on with Kai Cenat. We had a 30-minute live interview with Kai Cenat, which you can find here on this channel. And this is a very serious thing. As many of you may know, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. And so this time now, this is post 7 years of being a Buddhist monk. And I'm not just here to teach the words and the phrases, but actually to transmit something mind to mind that is beyond words and phrases, that is outside of the scriptures. And everyone is invited to come in here and be a part of this and participate in this. Don't forget to leave a like, don't forget to subscribe, put some big W's in the chat, and we're just going to keep going. Nothing is going to stop this choo-choo train of mindfulness and detachment, and we're really excited, and we're really interested to keep going deeper and deeper into this, and having, you know, as long as Kevin's being genuine, having people like Kevin expose himself, and other people as well, so that we can kind of root out a lot of this rot that exists not only in the Buddhist world, but just the Western culture in general. All right? Sal, you want to see mania? Trust me, you don't. It's much more better to be breathing, to be releasing attachments, and to be free in the here and now. Okay? Countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Can you hear me? I just want to remind you, if you're listening, this is my house. This is my space. You're not going to come here and tell me to call 995. You need to call 955. You call it for yourself. This is my house. This is my temple. This is my Dharma throne. The Dragon Throne. You can call me Mr. Mindfulness and Detachment any day of the week. I love that one, Will. That's really nice. That's good. The sound is bad. What's going on with the sound? It's too loud, right? Is this better? I'm sorry about that. Some little thorns here. Sound is good? Okay. You can't protect the Dharma if you don't know what the Dharma is. All right, let's get that straight. Now, I don't know how many Dharma pretenders, but it takes a lot. It takes a lot of sacrifice to actually get in relationship with the Dharma. And it's a protected field, if you will. It's not something that they're just opening the doors up and saying, please let me train you, let me help you. Here it's a little bit more like that. But in general, to really get closer to the enlightenment or to get closer to the core of the Buddha's teachings, it's no small matter. It's not like you're just going to, you're going to read some books, you're going to do some meditation and then, convince yourself that you're enlightened. That's not really how we go about this. It's going to take self-sacrifice. It's going to take dramatic and revolutionary action of sacrificing yourself and your ego. Okay, we're not just going to have people coming in here and leaving negative comments, okay? We're not going to be doing that. This is a big part of the teachings as well, for there to be things that you don't understand or experiences that are not under your umbrella of understanding is not unordinary. And so there's this space, or there's this dimension of unknowing that is actually very important for Dhamma practice. I don't know. To use the sentence, I don't know. Like if somebody asks Donnie, because they know that Donnie or Stevie have been following for a while, and you say, what's this guy doing? I'm concerned. I'm concerned about this guy. And then, Donnie and Stevie say, I don't know. I'm not concerned. But that's less important than I don't know. And so allow not knowing to be your expression of concern. Allow not knowing and being without relying on dualistic thinking to be your concern. and to be in fact your practice. People just want crazy shit. People love crazy bullshit. They don't care about the Dhamma. They don't care about helping others. They don't care about doing good deeds, about practicing mindfulness and detachment. They're not interested in Buddhism. They might be interested to complain about it. They might be interested to, they have an invested interest in it, but they're not. People just love crazy bullshit. And, you know, I'm here to meet those people where they are, and some of them will be curious enough to listen. And that's what this is all about, the gift of listening. They don't call me the real power man for nothing. I didn't get that name overnight. Caden, shut up. Just be quiet. It's not, listen, Caden, what do I have to say to get this through to you? This is not your house. I'm not your hired servant. You didn't pay me to be here. I'm not here to personally, you know, support you. You are in my temple. You are in my meditation center. You're sitting there and you're commenting and complaining. I'm going to hit you with my big stick. What don't you understand about that? You're completely welcome to be here. I would love to work with you directly, to support you, but this is not your house. I'm not your maid. I'm not here to placate you or meet some kind of imagery that you have about Buddhism or meditation. I'm here to share about the truth. If you come correct. Come with reverence and respect and an understanding that you're choosing to be here in my house. What don't you understand about that? So when we do the Mongolian throat singing, we resonate the mindfulness and detachment with that sound. So we're doing Mongolian throat singing as not someone, in not somewhere, doing not something. Adam. Oh, Adam. Adam. Who put a silver spoon up your ass? What are you talking about? Adam, have you finally lost it? Adam Bennett, are you here? Can you hear me? Have you finally lost it? Have you finally fell off the rocker for good, Adam? Do you know about Buddhism? Do you know about meditation? Do you know about mindfulness and detachment? Can you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? What are you talking about? Take the silver spoon out of your rear end and use it to dig the shit out of your ears. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what's being talked about. That doesn't mean that I don't know what's talking about. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, Adam. Sal Hugues, we got another loser here, or another big winner. They hit the jackpot. I got it. I bet you did. He says, stolen valor for the army, but for monks. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Look at my YouTube channel. It's undeniable. You're just talking nonsense with an anonymous name, Sal Hugues. Sal bullshitter. At least Kevin gets something right. The world is nobody's house. Nobody here is the owner. Nobody here is in charge. Nobody here is God. Start to get it straight. Stop pretending to know what's going on. You don't. Why would you know what's going on? Have you been to Africa? Have you studied with the African shamans? Why would you know what's going on everywhere? You don't know about what they're doing. You don't know about what I'm doing. You don't know about what they're doing. Why are you pretending that you do? Were you a Buddhist monk for 7 years? You shut your mouth and you learned something. Thanks, public. You're not going to tell me what very Zen is because I'm the Zen guy here. I'm Mr. Zen. I am Mr. Zen. Do you not understand that? I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, not you. What golden toilet paper fell out of the sky and wiped your ass this morning? I'm Mr. Zen. Don't rely on seemingness. That guy looks black. He must be a black guy. Oh yeah, he must be. You know what that means, don't you? Sure seems to be true. He does look black, doesn't he? Shut your mouth. Seems like this, seems like that. It's gonna seem like my foot's up your ass in a minute. We are not playing around here, okay? This is not a game. Bunch of pretenders. Oh yeah. I was really interested in meditation. I was really interested in Buddhism. I really wanted to hear what this guy had to say. I'm sure you did. Now get out! Saying mean things. Don't come up here and say a mean thing. Fourtho and be real, I know that's completely fake. It's not even real. What are monks supposed to do? Who knows what monks are supposed to do? You have to look into that for yourself. Why? Who wants to physically harm anyone? Why would anyone want to harm anyone to begin with? Not a good idea. Don't try to harm anyone, no matter what. Listen, ask questions, share. This guy's crazy! Police, this guy's crazy! You sound like the crazy one. This is my house. This is my graveyard. I'm Mr. Mongolia. I'm Mr. Monk Life Meditation. This guy's crazy. Call the police. Call them. I'll teach them too. All right, Caden, thank you for your comment. Oh, thank you, Mr. Tahoe. It's really kind offering. Communists go home. Communists go home. Communists go home. Communists go home. Dirty liberal, fake progressive, disingenuous communists. Just relax. If you get the shot, detach from the shot. If you don't get the shot, detach from not getting the shot. Loves. Loves. You want to be straight? You want me and you to be straight together? Do you want me and you to be straight together, loves? Do you want me and you to be together in a straight way, loves? Be honest, be clear about it. Communists go home. Communists go home. Communists go home. Communists, go home. Communists, go home. Disingenuous communists, go home. Disingenuous communists, go home. Disingenuous communists, go home. The only reason, well, you don't get the point, loves. What I'm telling you is that I'm shooting it straight here, and you may not understand it. So don't pretend to be the understander. Maybe be here to learn and to love and to listen and to be kind and to be patient and to ask questions from the heart. Caesar Cortez. Maybe we need to get that blood pressure up. Maybe we need to get that blood pressure up because we've been eating shit. We've been eating oil and grease and nastiness. Oh, well, that's crazy. Mr. Tahoe, be careful about that. All right, Philip, I like that too. I love that, Corey. Completely fake, completely just totally disassociated, completely disconnected from any kind of reality. I love that. That's fantastic. 420 bong hit, stoned, rolled out of his mind, rolling out of bed in the fog of his mind, leaving a random comment. I'm gonna show you what chilling out looks like. 420 bong hit. Control you, how you react. I love that one. This is not enlightening. I hope you make lots of money and find peace one day. Okay, thank you. Kevin F. Kevin, the degree to which I want to share with you this experience is overflowing through me. But it's not really something, and so it's not really something that can be shared, so to speak. Thank you, Jeffrey. We just received big W's in the chat. We just received a $20 donation from Joffrey. Imagine you're going down the street, you get a $20 bill from your grandma, your grandpa, your papa, your mama. You can do a lot with that. Let's get some big W's in the chat. Joffrey just made a $20 donation. Walked up to me in the graveyard. Here's $20 in a nice little envelope. That's a good amount of money. Let's get some W's in the chat. Okay, Jonathan is warning me I'm slipping away from nirvana. Don't forget no self, Jonathan. How are we gonna work with no self and slipping away from nirvana? Oh, that's great, Mr. Tahoe. That's really good for you. I've been wanting to swim, but the bike rental and just a daily cost like that. And also I can't just live stream when I'm zooming around on my bike, so it's like, you know, this is the most important thing right now. How dare you, Corey? I trusted you, Corey Woodrow. Oh, it's quiet and peaceful, is it? Give it to the needy, that's a good idea. To lose my accent, I don't know. It's just because when I was at a very low point when I left America to go to, like sacrifice, to give myself up. And then I went to Thailand, and a few weeks later I found myself in monk's robes in a temple around all Thai people. I've never been out of the country. You know, I've never been in a different culture or around people like that. And where I ordained originally, it was in like rural Thailand. So nobody spoke English. or it was very, very simple English. And it was this full immersion into being a monk, not just by myself, but in community. And I had to learn to totally disintegrate my way of speaking so that it was actually practical to communicate with people who knew a word here and there. You know what I mean? And now, you know, I haven't really been in Western circles for, you know, the better part of 7 years, except for here and there, a few months here and there. So, yeah, that change is always happening. That processing is always happening. So this, like this live stream and these teachings here are to be very open to that change and not to fall into this like rigid self view of this person is like this or that person is like that. You don't know what I'm like. You know what I mean? You're looking from the outside in, and what I'm telling you to do is look from the inside out. That's, I don't even know what that means, but it just means don't attach to thoughts. You know, and I don't know, this is what makes sense to people. People don't care if you're sitting there meditating. And really, you're not going to get anything from it. So if this is going to reach more people, if this is going to keep putting forth that energy that is concerned with mindfulness and detachment. When I say this is concerned with mindfulness and detachment, I'm not trying to pull a card over you. I don't need your money. I'm just fine as a dharma bum. Honestly, it's much easier for me if I have less. Less options, less choice, less everything. So this is concerned with mindfulness and detachment. It's just your presence, your attention, your energy. It's like if there's an evil villain on a planet with nobody there, what's Goku got to do with that? Goku's hanging out on Earth eating. And we love Goku not because of, you know, the shit that comes out of him. We love Goku because when you're around Goku, when you're in the presence of Goku, he's tuned up, he's tuned in, he's ready to play, he's ready to fight. He's ready to kick your ass. Okay? And I'm also ready to run away, because running away, I'm not Goku. You know, I'm probably more like a Piccolo. I'm probably more like a Piccolo. Aura farming, but I do my own kind of aura farming because, you know, who says you have to be a cool white guy or this way or that way? You know, just farm your own aura from where you are. Okay, Sal, that's going too far. Let's go ahead and get you out of here, Big Sal. This is video 1003 or 1004. Loves, how did you know I didn't brush my teeth this morning? Because somebody else was in the shower, so I just didn't get to it. Life is suffering. That's nice, Marissa, yeah. Pilgrim's playing around now. Pilgrim's having a good time. Just let it go. Just let it be. Oh, Corey. Not everybody's meant to be in the university. Not everybody's meant to be an intellectual, okay? All right. Why not? It's like you ask somebody, why are they using the toilet? It is what it is. What can I say? When you gotta go, you gotta go. Screaming is just screaming. And I wouldn't call it screaming, I'd call it non-dual expression, non-dual expressionism. The thing here is that there's a lot of people that don't know their head from their spaghetti, and you know, they're just here thinking that this is, I don't know what they're doing here. This is concerned with Buddhism. This is concerned with mindfulness and detachment. Can you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? This is concerned with enlightenment. This is concerned with non-thinking. Okay, this is concerned with Zen. This is concerned with Chan. This is concerned with Dzogchen. This is concerned with Tibetan Buddhism. This is concerned with Chinese Buddhism. This is concerned with Japanese Buddhism. This is concerned with Burmese Buddhism. So you being here is being in a space of being concerned with these things. Disingenuous communists, go home. Disingenuous conservatives, go home. Disingenuous lubadaba, go home. Disingenuous kuchubaya, go home. Yoishamuzo yamajuga zoyowa namako jabude dayo waka namayeva. That's my light code. That's my angel voice. You want to hear the light codes that I've been downloading? Yeah! Clear it up, clear it out. Hey, look, I'm not meaning to get you stuck here. This net is for the Reiki, crystal, sound frequency, angel talk freaks. That's what this space is for, okay? And for the armchair Buddhists and anybody else like that. I know everybody here is just, I got stuck here, I got stuck here. I'm stuck here too, let's say. So it's not about better or worse. You just have to understand there's a lot going on in here. There's a lot going on out there that is empty of itself. And I'm here to take the reins. I'm here to be the boss. I'm here to be the strong guy. I'm here to be the mindfulness guy. I'm here to be the spiritual teacher. I'm 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 the spiritual teacher. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody, for mindfulness and detachment. Because if I didn't have mindfulness and detachment, I'd be losing my mind. You got it, chocolate. About time for a song, isn't it? I don't know if she's here, but Jelly, we just keep opening and flowering. Boy, what a joy this is. Ah, my Lord, Kumbaya, Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya, Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. Kumbaya, oh Lord, Kumbaya. Yeah, my Lord, Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. Kumbaya. This is in the sky, rhythm of the falling rain. Great or small, for all that's true, for all you do. Everybody, Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. 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 W's in the chat, what are you doing? May it will never fade, for a heart beating with joy, all that's real, for all we feel. Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord. I want you to be sure about it. Oh, my Lord, Baya, my Lord, Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord. I want you to be sure about it. Yeah! Yo, moment of meal, 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 moment of yeah! Oh, moment of meal, 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 moment of yeah! That's the Jim that I know. Really, Kevin? Super Kami Guru, how far do you have your head up your own rear end in terms of DMT and 5D nonsense? Pretty far? A little far? Moderately far? No, you've got it. You can make a donation to bless your moving if you like, Quill. You can make some merit and dedicate that merit to your moving. Parjai, this is, what cemetery is this? I forgot. This is the Nunya Cemetery of YOU. This is the Nunya Cemetery of YOU. No, no, it will not, Luke. Do not say that. This is a deserted place. So this is a place that is safe for meditation. No, you're not going to screen cap it, Parjai. You're not going to do anything. A cemetery, especially an abandoned cemetery like this one, is very, very suitable for mindfulness and detachment and for the kundalinis. So we're doing a lot of kundalini yoga here. Kundalini yoga of the mind. I think maybe Osho coded in some ways, but in a lot of ways not. It's very, very suitable for mindfulness and detachment. And I'm skillful for giving the blessing. So I can give the blessing of the ending. I can give it the blessing of the uninvolvement, especially at a time like this. Well, you wouldn't call people who are dead banished, but they're certainly not allowed in society anymore. You know, you can't allow dead people to be just hanging out in the street. And if you're going around, you're just drinking alcohol, you're killing yourself. You're exiling yourself from life. You're drinking alcohol as a coping mechanism because you're not living a meaningful life in the way that you should. So, you know, get out there and give. Practice generosity. Don't be going around with your anger and your frustration and your coping mechanism of drinking alcohol to sedate yourself, but actually look at your life and look at how you're living. You know what I mean? Are you living in a way that empowers and inspires you and brings benefit to others or not? There we go, chocolate starfish. Let's get you out of here. We're not joking about drinking alcohol. We're not joking about addiction. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Who's that? Kevin. I don't know if I want to hide Kevin, but I'm going to hide chocolate starfish and get him out of here. Do monks become Buddhist priests? It depends on the tradition. So like in Tibetan Buddhism, you could be a monk and then you could be recognized in a lineage or a tradition. And anyways, you can be like a Buddhist layperson, like an official Buddhist Dhamma teacher layperson. And then in Japanese Buddhism, like if I would have gone through the training in American Japanese Buddhism and became a priest, like I would never not be a priest. So I wouldn't have to not be a priest anymore to go and do whatever I wanted to do. But in terms of being a bhikkhu or a formally ordained Buddhist monk, there's a lot of things that you can't do as a monk. And then if you take off the monk's robes, that's kind of it. You know, you may have a position in the tradition that you're a part of or what have you, or you have that experience of being a mindfulness teacher, a meditation teacher, etc. The master of emptiness is not about attaining anything. So you might be very confused about Buddhism if you think it's about attaining something. Kratom is also dangerous, addictive. Dale Henderson, how do you cope with anxiety and stress? Accept it and allow it and sit with it and be with it. Stop being in a hurry all the time. Right? And somebody like Jim, they don't have a capacity to give a gradation because they don't know the first thing about it. Right? like to say you're a real monk or you actually know about Buddhism or you don't, because how much do you actually know about it? Are you even interested in that? Children at monasteries, monks, they're probably novice monks and also sometimes temporary monks. Audio Dharma podcast. Maybe that's something the people here should check out. I know there's a lot of Buddhist temples in California. My teacher is starting up a new temple in California very soon and looking for another one as well. So maybe I'll be down there later in the line. But I'm at my teacher's monastery, my teacher's temple in Malaysia right now. Book recommendation, No Mud, No Lotus, The Art of Transforming Suffering. Definitely Noah. So it goes childism, ableism, speciesism. So you can work with whatever it is, environmentalism as well. Oh, haven't met the Dalai Lama. Ooh, yeah, Kevin, that's the tough one. So really the answer to these kinds of addictions is that you can go down or you can go up and out. So we go up and out by living a life that's bigger than our addictions. So you have to find a way to live your life that is bigger than your addiction. And there are a lot of ways to go about that. And actually the opportunity to sacrifice your life and give up your life is very, very clear in that moment, because you can see that if you don't do that, you will go further and further down the spiraling of addiction and you will lose everything. You will lose your life. So you're ready to give up your life, and that's a good place to be, actually. Do you want to be killed? So why would you kill another being that wants to be killed? Treat other people the way that you want to be treated. Sure, Buddhism can help a lot with cancer, because it's not, what's making cancer? Your mind is making cancer. So if you make your mind anti-cancerous, which it already is, everybody's got cancer all the time. It's just that their mind processes that. And we'll see if that works out for me or not. But there's many, many stories of monks helping someone to detach, like helping someone to kind of turn the wheel of dharma, and they get some insight and their sickness goes away. There's many, that's super standard in high-level Buddhism, that understanding. Also through blessings, right? Great people make big donations, they make big actions of self-sacrifice to cultivate blessings and good side effects to bring an end, to that suffering. Be balanced, Noah. Be simple. Just be kind. Right? And be open. And I see those people that are putting those laughing emojis in the little click. You clicking a little laughing? You clicking a little laughing? You think this is funny? You having a good time clicking, laughing? Oh, it's very sweet. I really appreciate it. Krishna, who cares what you do? Do whatever you want to do. If you want to feel good and you want to be good, do whatever the fuck you want to do. And be good. But also don't get lost in the sauce of your ego and how superior you are and how special you are. Be meek. Keep your head down. You think if you invite me to your house, or if I get invited to a meditation center or something, I'm going to be running around screaming and yelling? The only thing I want to do is I want to be independent. I want to be left alone to do my work, to do my practice, to do my sadhana. And I want to be alone together in doing that. I don't want anybody to come along and limit me and tell me I can't use the electric bicycles. Tell me I can't use the computer room to do my live stream teachings. And then we hold on to those things. Those things fester when we can't forgive them, when we can't let it go. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, money is something really good to talk about. Basically, money is an idea, or money is a construct, or money is a way of objectifying energy. So if you have community, you don't necessarily need money. personally, because community has energy. So if I had something happen to me, or if I needed to get somewhere and I couldn't get there, I could, if I'm getting arrested for being in the ceremony, and I need to, the ceremony in the cemetery, and I need to be bailed out, all I've got to do is say, hey, officer, can you turn on my live streaming for a second so I can send a message to my community? Hey, community, I'm being arrested for screaming at the cemetery. Can you bail me out? And probably people will say, yeah, of course we can. We're ready, we're ready to help you. We're ready to support you. You see what I'm saying? And that's very real. So building community that's informed by and agrees about generosity is very powerful, because it's not a matter of like limited resources. There's not limited resources. The world is post-scarcity. We just throw away building materials, we throw away clothes, we throw away food, etc. So it's all about community. Caleb, you're on your last straw, okay? One more little comment, Caleb, and you're not going to be leaving any more comments, okay? Well, just be flexible with it, man. Try a day on, a day off. Like, don't let go of this idea that like, I need to take this, I need to take this. Yeah, maybe you are going to take that, but you don't have to. You're strong, you're brave, you know what it is to be mindful. To take a breath in and to come back to the present moment, to come back to freedom. I can walk over there, I can walk over here, I can sit here, I can scream, I can be quiet and do whatever the heck I want to do. Why? Because I know how to be mindful. I know how to come back home. And then I can just be. Oh boy. No, Jim Billy. And really, we won't just bail you out, but we'll set you up. Somewhere to live, somewhere to volunteer, food to eat, community to be in, etc. But you have to be ready to sacrifice a lot. And why did I disrobe? Why did I stop being a monk? Because I was ready to sacrifice that. Should I have stayed a monk? It doesn't matter. That's a big W. To lose something like that is a big W. And I'll tell you what, it was hell to go through. That initial transition and intensive spiritual practice, you're going to get effed up. And then you learn how to be mindful and not attached to appearances, to thoughts, to how things seem to be. Fuck how things seem to be. Especially as an American. Take your seems to be and throw it in the river and let it flow away. Yeah, just do it, Shroom. You got it. You can be a Buddhist and a husband and a father and whatever. But for me, right now, I'm busy not being anything. And I don't want anyone or anything to interfere with that. I'm too busy kicking ass and taking names and chewing bubble gum. Oh wait, I'm out of bubble gum. I don't believe in names. You know what that means, don't you? There's something natural about doing it live. You know, I could record a video acting like a fool, but you know, this it has to be close to being when you're this sensitive. You don't need to record it and post it and let other people know about what you're on and what you can do. It doesn't matter. You're receiving empowerments. You're receiving transmissions as much as you can be open to this. You better be. I better have some things to give away. People are addicts. People are addicted to grasping and attachment. That's how they can, you know, sometimes we have 150, almost 200 people in the live stream, and I'm sitting there screaming and yelling, what the heck is going on? The moment that that turns off, the moment that it's clear that I'm not attached, wait, okay. We want drama. We want attachment. We want to see somebody flipping out and losing their mind. We want that. We want to see someone getting arrested. If we're on a plane and there's another plane, which one do you want to fall down? You want the other plane to fall down, and you want to watch it fall down. Oh, you love it. You love the excitement. You like the thrill of it. You like the thrill of somebody being insane and you telling them to call 955 or whatever. You love it. You get off on it. So we'll see about videos and things. I've also been thinking about, you know, moving on from this place and this and that, and you know, ultimately you just have to let it go, let it be. But if you want to live a good life, you have to find a way to get out there and give and to do good deeds. You know, like I'm non-self-employed. This is the job of nobody doing nothing in all kinds of ways for nobody else. How much is the salary? Not much, but I don't need much to keep doing this. In my next life, I will try to let go of what I'm used to. Be more open to pausing and stopping and slowing down. You want boring, Alex? You think this is boring, Alex? Is that what you said? This is boring? He said this is boring, Alex? Come on, Alex, speak up. Speak up, Alex. This is boring? Oh well. My big guy. Well, I love you, Alex, and you're welcome here anytime. And just keep it simple, you know, and don't be a bully, don't be the mean one, be the kind one, be the protector, be the listener, be the giver. Alex, come back, please. Stop typing, stop reading the chat. You can close your eyes and stretch your neck. Relax, step back from the screen. Step back from what's going on, what you think's going on. Step back from is or isn't. This way, that way, step back. Not involved. As you roll your neck slowly, feeling the breath. Where's the breath for you? Is it in the nose, in the belly, in the air around you? Can be aware of the muscles and bones, veins and tendons in the neck. Give your mindfulness and attention to the neck, the inside of the neck. Not your imagination, but your presence and attention of the mind. In the neck area, the throat. Relax and let go of whatever thoughts seem to be important right now. No, I'd love to go to Kensington. It's just, I'm not doing that right now. Don't try to stop that incessant noise. Meditate fully in the present with that incessant noise. Hello, Neti. Welcome. I don't know why YouTube seems to be recommends a lot this live stream to Australians. The dang algorithm. Who knows how it works? I'm going to write them an email. Maybe if anyone here wants to donate, wants to volunteer in some way, write an email to YouTube Live or YouTube, recommendations, and tell them to, for if someone's live streaming, because they have an algorithm that says, okay, we're going to recommend it to these people, tell them to put the algorithm so that the context of the live stream informs who the people are that it's recommended to. So if it's a former Buddhist monk of 7 years live streaming, recommend that to all the Buddhist people and spiritual people and meditation people, etc. Boy. Yeah, the algorithm's working that way, but is it working this way? Look at our friend here. You know, and people say, how are you, how are you in this cemetery, yelling and disturbing the peace? Well, what's this cow doing just relaxing and just being here? You know what I mean? And frack, don't you go anywhere, buddy, because I'm about to blow your mind. You stay right there. You stay right there with that opinion of yours, and I'm going to tell you exactly who I am. So we have these ideas of what's disturbing the peace that may be more or less grounded in reality. Cows are sensitive. You think cows are going to be around a dangerous, bad vibrational kind of area? No. They're going to walk right away from that. And look at that cow. Very peaceful, very relaxed. Is he, Pete? What should I do, Pete, when he charges at me? Should I charge back at him? Should I get a hold of him, show him who's boss? What do you think, Pete? Should I run right at him when he charges at me? There you go, Pete. We'll get there. Let's be patient. One step at a time. If we need to get there, we'll get there. If that's what's going to bring the benefit and help people, then we'll get there one step at a time. Don't joke about killing. Even, I told people this, I said, even if you're eating meat, even if you're not a vegetarian and you eat meat, don't fetishize meat eating. There's nothing, oh, we're going to eat meat. And I'm guilty of it too, having a cheeseburger and things like that. But the last thing in the world you want to do is get a hold of a cow and butcher them. You know what I mean? That's the last thing, and grind up their bones and their tendons and their fat and their muscle. That's the last thing you want to do in the world. So don't aggrandize it. That's maybe the one good thing about hot dogs. They're nasty. They're disgusting. They're not good for you. So meat is kind of like that. That's what they say. They say it's not good for you. There's not as many wig shops in the local periphery as I was expecting. So I don't know if we're going to walk to a wig shop today or not. We'll have to see. We go through that kundalini, we go through that releasing, then we come back to step by step, breath by breath, just a natural. You're a good boy, Pete. You're going to be a good man one day. Just take it slow, be patient. Don't get lost in the sauce, as they say. Angry or greedy, or I know some of your friends, they might be dipping their toes in the toxic power, right? They want some of that power. They want to get a reaction. They want to show their force. And so, Pete, don't be influenced by those other little boys that are using the toxic power, because it overwhelms you. You'll think you're not impacting yourself, but it does. It takes a toll. whether there's a power in it or not. Yeah. So maybe I'll visit there again. Probably get a good wig in Baltimore or in Los Angeles. They've got a lot of good wigs there. Be kind, be generous, be deep, Solomon. Be good, be strong, be brave. You want to be the bad guy or you want to be the good guy? The bad guy always gets his ass kicked, doesn't he? And the bad guy who wins is a freak, a devil, a psychotic lunatic that's drinking the blood of children for the, what do they call that? For the gland, you know. That's not really what you want to get into and get involved with. Look at this, guys, look at this. Look at this. You see it? It's disappeared into that pipe. Maybe we can see in there. Maybe you can see in that pipe. That's pretty cool, right? No, it's like a little alligator. I think it's like a sewer, open sewer pipe, so. It was beautiful in there. Looks like we got something going on at the monastery today. Let's go see it. Let's go check it out. Because look at all these cars, right? What are all these cars doing here? This is usually empty. All right, Solomon, what did I tell you? I told you to be good, right? What are all these cars doing here? What food places would I recommend? I'm going to recommend you something. Ah, you're here with me, TrickBot. Let's be at peace together. In some ways, we may be alone, so let's be alone together. I'll be right back. We are the wonderful moments shared with friends. We are the world. We are the children. We are the wonderful moments shared with friends. Oh, dear friends, fear not this world, for I have walked many places, and I have seen many sights. All those things of the world come and go, no secondary thinking. They come and go all the time. Oh, my children who've come from far away, so many days gone by. What words can I share to inspire? What words can I share to let go? Those places and those people, those things and those thoughts, they come and they go from time to time. But it's fine, hey, it's divine. Breathing at this moment, how important and how precious this breathing that's within me, and you and all around. This breathing so full of sound. Can you feel it? Can you hear it? Do you mean it when you say that love is possible here and now, every day, here and now, every day. Yo, 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 yo. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Nothing more real than this, Eagle. We're reeling all the way, here and now. Oh. Where are all those W's coming from? What happened? Amitofo. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Something's going on in here. We gotta see what it is. I think it's a monk. I'm gonna go in there and show him the real Dharma.
第一假裝啦，第三裝啦。啊，這是係入邊直接變啦，不過有啦，屬變，唔係嘅有啦，啊，我覺得ไม่เอาเลยเอาเลยแล้วจะการที่ปฏิบัติที่ปฏิบัติที่นั่นก็ละนี่คือเจ้าหน้าที่ว่าที่ผมไม่ได้ว่าที่ไหนนี่เอาไปกับของฝ่ายแล้วตีก้อย
This is the class. This is the detachment class. All right, let's get a connection check here, everybody. Is our connection good and stable? It's good that the connection is stable here. That there's nothing to fight about, there's nothing to argue about, and that there's nothing that you have to get. In the same way, there's nothing that you have to avoid. And digesting that teaching is being with what is. Being with what is as it is. So this can be abnormal because we're maybe quite used to thinking about things or going in a particular direction in our lives, like we want our 401k to increase. We don't want our 401k to decrease. We want to have more pleasure and less pain. And this want for more pleasure and this want for less pain, in whatever form it takes, puts us in this position or in this way of constantly seeking. And when we are constantly seeking, our capacity, our ability for being with is very, very difficult, very, very unnourished. So we are in the process of starving the seeking, and the seeking is for pleasure and away from pain. Because when we feel pain, we're not just trying to get rid of pain, we're trying to get something else that's not pain. Pain is a thing just how pleasure is a thing, just how neutral sensations are a thing, or a boring sensation is a thing. So always trying to get something else, something more, something different, usually something exciting. So take out, pause, stop for a moment, any kind of excitement. Being in this state of just being. But don't think that that's something special, because now you've thingified it. So don't thingify anything. Just like row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life ain't what it seems. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life ain't what it seems. So that way of being, if you want to call it that, is nothing. But it's clearly not something. So that maybe gives you a glimpse or gives you an insight about the transcendental nature of phenomena, or the emptiness of phenomena, or the emptiness of seeming. Because it's nothing in particular, clearly not something that involves things, and yet you're experiencing that. So actually you're not experiencing that. And that's where we get into the revolutionary perspective of wisdom. In terms of Sarah and negativity, positivity and power. When I'm in the graveyard screaming like that, yelling like that, do you think negative people want anything to do with that? Do you think negative people are ready for that? So align yourself with fellow practitioners, and align yourself with generosity, align yourself with wisdom, and people who are suffering or devilish or negative, they don't want to get that. They don't want to experience that. They don't want to feel that. In the same way that a child that has neglectful parents very likely is more likely to get bullied because they're alone. And human vision, we can kind of see, we can kind of sense when someone is alone. So don't be alone. Take refuge in the Sangha. Take refuge in the community of practice. Take refuge in your teacher. We haven't been to the wig shop. I'll have to take an Uber. I'll have to take to get there. And I don't know, the wigs, they seem to be, quite exorbitantly priced. So that woman who drove back home yesterday, the day before yesterday, see, it's not real. The time sphere is a fake, just a trip. It's good for the stock market, but it doesn't have anything to do with me and you, concerned with mindfulness and detachment. Yesterday, the day before that, just a thought. So that capacity to detach, not really spacing out, But maybe you can start with spacing out. But it's more that spacing out is the opening and giving out. So give out the spacing out. Widen out the spacing out. Give the blessing of the spacing out. Use the word everything, everything. So non-fixation on things, not focusing on things. Not really a wig as much as it is a toupee. Concerned with the yelling and screaming, things like that. Well, people say, how dare you? What are you doing? You can't act like that. You can't do like that. But what those people don't realize is that it's empty. Whatever it is, it's empty. Hello. What are you doing? What are you doing? What's your name?
My name is Jan.
You Malay? You are Malaysian? Oh, Pyoshwin Baze, Kankao Baze, Tuera Wanta Bare. You live here? You stay here? Not English, right? Not so much. You speak China? Just Myanmar? Oh my God. Okay, Kesa Mashibabu. Pietna Mashibabu. Hey. Hey. Okay, Jesuba. Bye bye. Thank you, Oliver. So just don't go back. Whatever it is, don't go back. Keep moving forward. And don't overthink it. Whatever it is that you can overthink about, don't. Just that moment, just that instant of stopping and returning or going within yourself without the ego of like and dislike. I like it, I don't like it, I like it, I don't like it, I like it, I don't like it. But you just go inside of yourself and be with that, that sense of unsatisfactoriness. Take a look at that suffering. Because all these teachings and methods and whatever, they're not going to be any good if you're off center, if you're off kilter, if you're looking over there instead of here. So looking here is maybe a part of the process that in the past was a lot more normal, a lot more ordinary. But now, TikTok, YouTube, movies, TV shows, all this stuff, we are very easy to continuously look over there. So to step back, to stop, and start to look here, very important. We trade a little bit of pleasure for a lot of suffering. It's not a good idea. We trade of a lot of selfishness for a little bit of generosity. It's not a good idea. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable to be so self-fixated, to not have a teacher, to not have a mentor, to not have a community. No you, no problem. But if there's a you have to work with that in whatever way. It's just an open book, isn't it? No plan. Well, you have to remember, eagle wings, this is very important. Who causes suffering? Suffering people cause suffering. So your negative parent, your shitty parent is suffering. That's why they're acting like that. That's why they're causing you to suffer, because they're suffering. So you can understand that because you suffer too. You also know how to suffer, don't you? So you can have compassion for them. You can wish for that suffering to end. Don't have this big complicated idea about needing to judge them and figure this out. Just see through them. See their suffering. See their afflictedness. Don't believe in what they're yapping about. See their affliction. See their suffering. And have compassion for that. And then, set your barriers, set your boundaries, step back, relax. Once you feel a little bit more stable in seeing their suffering, you can actually share with them kindly, right? You can share with them deeply. about what you experience, what you see, how it makes you feel, etc. But do that as an action of generosity, not expecting them to meet you somewhere in the middle, because who knows what they're going to do. So you just give it from a place of detachment, and that's very powerful and very high level practice to do in terms of integrating our ego and no self, or our self and reality. Who is your mentor? Suffering. Suffering is my mentor. But I've had many teachers over the years. Sayadaw Otamatara, Lumpal from Wat Ram Bodhidham, Master Poha Sunyam, etc. Plenty of mentors and teachers. Sangha is community. Yeah, you can see it like that. Who cares? Who cares if you're bisexual or whatever? Who cares what you do with your weekly bits? Who cares? Just don't hurt anybody, don't hurt yourself, be careful, and live your life. Thanissaro or Bodhi, both and neither for me. But you know, not not everyone has a taste for academia. And Buddhism and monasticism is not about becoming an academic or a memorizer or an understander of the texts. You know, the Buddha didn't really teach like that, and most people don't really learn like that. You can study tons of, what I'd call green screen dharma, translations and texts and teachings. What are the most original teachings? But it doesn't mean you're really going to get something out of it. You have to put your head to the sandpaper. You have to practice the self-sacrifice. Don't focus on creating illusions in your mind. You've got enough illusions in your mind. No. Book recommendation, Eagle Wings, No Mud, No Lotus, The Art of Transforming Suffering, and Be Here Now. How are we going to study and help our way of life later, tomorrow? How are we going to do that? We're going to study and help our way of life now. It's now or never. It's now or never. Different strokes for different folks, and so on and so on and so on. If you're going to do something good, concerned with the Dhamma, and if you can, do nothing. Close your eyes and breathe and do nothing. Do nothing as not someone. Do nothing at not somewhere. Open to what it is, whatever it is. Maybe it's not something. Maybe it's not, our judgment about it was a little bit too quick. Maybe the box that we put it in is kind of irrelevant. So open to that experience that's clearly not based in thought or thinking, and give that out. Widen that out, open that out. The body opening out, the mind opening out. Release and relax any contraction in the body. Relax and release any involvement in the mind, with the mind. Body out of the way, mind out of the way. Just give out, open out everything. Give out, open out, body and mind. Mental action, open out, release out the mind. Give out the mind. Mind is the witness, mind is awareness, mind is whatever, just a mind. Just as it is, presence. Unfathomable, ungraspable. Empty presence, empty fullness. The mind as spaciousness. The space inside of the body. Give it out, widen it out, brighten it out. Something comes to mind, release and relax, unaffiliated, even in affiliation, unaffiliated, unconnected, even in connected, unconnected, widen out, brighten out the mind. Make it so that it's light, make it so that it's given out and broken out and shared out. Give out and share out all of the space in the body, all of the space in the mind. Give it out, share it out. Widen it out, widen out the mind. Moment of focusing, moment of attention on the breathing or on some thought. Widen it out, give it out. Give away the fixation. Give out the uninvolvement. Breathing as not someone. Hearing, not something. Just breathing, just hearing. Just for a moment, just for an instant, to clear out, to finish out, to totally be with in the way of giving. Not holding, not fixating, not grasping, just giving out. Giving out all aspects of the body, giving out all aspects of the mind, giving away, putting down. Putting up, putting all around, 360, giving out, beyond 360, beyond directions, beyond listener and listened to. Great big beyond, out. When you notice fixating, clenching, focusing happening, relax. Open it out. Relax it out. Give it out. Give away the fixation. Give away the identity. Give out, give away past and future. Give out suffering and nibbana. No suffering, no nibbana. Give out no. Give out beyond yes and no. Confess through the giving. Renounce through the giving. Give out, give away all thoughts, opinions, preferences, positions, views, and lack thereof. Give it out. Widen it out. Open fully, open totally, open completely. Open inside and outside. Release, release, release. Release and relax the whole body and mind. Okay? You be patient, not in a hurry. This is just something we do in the middle, we do in between our desire and our fear and our ego grasping and attachment. Just something to have a little bit of a break from all that. Step back from that a little bit. Not something special, not something important or intense or whatever. Just let it be. Let it be as it is. Let it be as it is. Here, let's try this. This would be cool. This would be a cool way to do it. Are you allowed to talk about the Dharma when you're laying down? Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Uh-oh. I like laying down meditation. You know, who says you have to sit up? Buddha never said that. Oh, don't worry about the heartbreak anomalies or the panic. That's all good. And also, don't give too much special importance to these breathing exercises. The effectiveness of those breathing exercises is that it makes you feel involved. It makes you feel like there's something there. So you give your attention to it. As long as you give your attention to your breathing, any way that you're breathing is just going to be fine. You're getting involved with breathing rather than just ignoring breathing or not seeing that breathing is happening. So, hyperventilating or things like that are super overrated. Super, super overrated. Do it in a way that you enjoy it. Breathe in a way that's soothing to you. To lay down and to self-soothe through breathing. Don't need the philosophy or the techniques or the, where you're planning, where you're expecting to go, but to just lay down and self-soothe. And especially to do that in between, when you get home and then you're in a rush to get washed up and eat and relax and watch a movie or whatever it is that you do. In between all that, just find those stopping points to stop the process of involvement and just self-soothe and relax and to be with. Let yourself, let your ego unravel, let it all fall apart. But keep that presence, keep that awareness so that you're with it. If you just fall asleep, no. All that stuff is fake. The DMT breathing exercise playlist and all that, I mean, yeah, it's something you can do. It's a kind of yoga, it's a kind of practice or a stretching, but whatever model they, going up this level, that level, that's all BS. They're just selling something. It just makes something up, Let yourself fall apart. Let your life fall apart. Let your ego fall apart. And feel that enjoyment, that presence and that enjoyment and that freedom of not being somebody in particular, not doing something in particular. We put a label on everything. We put a label on breathing. We put a label on being. What are you doing? What are you doing? Leave me alone. Just do. Just experience. Just unfold. Just unravel. Not rhythm, not frequency. Breathe. Shut up and breathe. This, that. What do you want to be? You want to be a commenter? Or do you want to go deeply into the body and mind and experience the spiraling transformation of the unfolding of grasping onto concepts, onto words, onto beliefs? And that this is something that we can always do, and it's actually, even yesterday, because I was tired yesterday and I watched some YouTube, I watched some TikTok, I was getting exhausted of it. And at one point I laid down and I connected with my breathing, I connected with my being like I am right now, It was so much more interesting and enjoyable and pleasant than watching something or consuming something. Together with everything. Not about something, not about feeling a particular way. Relaxing, breathing, not about relaxing, not about breathing. Opening out, opening up widely, fully, completely. Totally embracing whatever is, moment by moment. Not ruminating, not sticking to, not getting stuck on anyone or anything. At that moment, release and relax the whole body and mind. No narrative, no drama, no you, no story, no life, no death. And what's the vehicle, the method? Just be there with your breathing. Use your breathing as a way to go deeply into your experience, your heart right now. Be with it. no time, no need, nothing to avoid, nothing to get. Allow that mindfulness, that presence and awareness to go from the tips of your toes. You can even focus for a moment the mind's attention at the tips of the toes. Can you feel it? Can you feel your toes with your mind? Let that awareness go into your feet, the soles of your feet. Your soul, yeah, it's at the bottom of your feet. Or just soles, just feet. No you, no mine, no yours. That awareness in the feet can go up into the calves and the shins. You can really feel it. Give some kindness, give some attention to your body. Feel it. Even up into the knees. The bottoms underneath the knees. The tops of the knees, the inside of the knees. Into the thighs. Can you feel it? The fat, the muscle, the bone. The whole lower body. From the pelvis down. From the tips of the pelvis where it meets the legs. Where the thigh bones joint into the pelvis. The bones, the knee bone joints, down to the ankle bone joints, down to the tips of the toes. The pelvis, the inside. The groin, the butt. Scan through it with that mindfulness, that awareness, that attention in the body, with that ingredient of kindness, unjustified kindness, just kind, no justification, no explanation. The whole pelvis area, is there any tension, tightness? Release it. Give kindness to any tension. Scrolling up into the belly, the midsection, the back, the lower spine. Up into the chest, the middle spine, the back. The lungs are there. And you feel the lungs with your mindfulness. Into the heart, entering into the heart and the chest. One heart, two hearts, three hearts, your nose. Feel it. The shoulder blades. Is there any tension in the heart? Any blockages? Does the heart need anything? Fill the heart up with kindness and mindfulness. Fill up the heart with light, the light of your awareness. not judging, not seeking, not better or worse, just feeling. Going up into the shoulders and the neck. The neck muscles, into the head, into the brain, into the face, mindful and aware. Relax the face, relax the brain. Any blockages there in the brain? Any points of stress? Give that mindfulness, give that kindfulness. Feel the whole body full of awareness, full of light, full of presence, full of kindfulness. The whole body and mind full of kindfulness. Breathe. Breathe and let go. Relax and open. Whole body and mind. Let go all the way. Just mind, just aware, just breathing. Just breathing, just being, just letting go. Not to get anywhere, not to become a Super Saiyan, not to be right, not even to heal, just to be, just to let go, just to open, just beyond words, into being itself. Breathe out, relax out all striving, all seeking, all knowing, all figuring out. Just look right at the mind. Don't force the breathing. Let the breathing come to you. Let the breathing flow to you. Like the tide of the ocean. Just looking directly at the mind. Don't let the mind boss you around. Use the breathing to stay in this way of looking and being. Aware without attachment. Look at the mind itself. Look at the awareness itself, not the thoughts, not the ideas that come up. Scanning through the body and helping those blockages, helping those stuck points relax and resolve. That we can come back, we can return to that way of relaxing and releasing anytime. All the way, all the way. That thought, that feeling that we resist or label right or label wrong or label like or label dislike. Forgive it. Relax the holding on around it. It's just a bubbling up. Just a compost pile. Not expecting to find what we're looking for in the compost pile of the body and the mind of thinking. Where is it those thoughts are coming from? Where is it that tendency, that preference, that liking, that disliking is coming from? Look directly into the mind. Not asleep, not drowsy, but very deeply relaxed and aware. If we get involved with the mind in some way, involved with thinking in some way, can enter into the heart. We've been conditioned and indoctrinated in a way to overly rely on the farts of the mind, of intellect, of conceptual thinking. Listen to the heart. Hear what the heart has to say. Learn to trust and listen to the heart in this now. And we can open our eyes. We can sit up if we're laying down. So what we are likely to encounter when we practice that, let's say one of three things we're very likely to encounter. One is shadow work. So we experience the things we would rather not come up. Two is deep, pleasant relaxation. And three is falling asleep. So we don't want to fall asleep, but it's a good way to take a good rest. And a lot of the times it's better to take a rest than it is to get involved in this and that. The deep relaxation practice can help us feel a faith and also feel a kind of closeness with the heart, closeness with the reliability of this way of being peaceful, relaxed, safe. And so we can come back to the practice again. The shadow work it's kind of the part of the process that of course we'd rather not have, but many of us have a lot of things inside that we need to process and we need to let come up and not disassociate from or kind of avoid. So when those things come up, it's a good sign that we're seeing that part of the ego that is hiding in our disassociation, hiding in our consumption, hiding in our complacency, hiding in the cycles of consumption that that we're kind of going through. So it's all food for the fire, and it's all we're getting to see clearly the fruits of the seeds of our karmas, seeing the mind more closely, more clearly, and then we can have a more practical relationship with our path and with ourselves that is based in mindfulness and detachment. So it's like, is it about that thing that's pleasant, or is it about that thing that's unpleasant, or good or bad or right or wrong or undesirable or desirable? No, it's about the awareness of and the forgiveness of whatever it is. Doesn't matter what it is. You know what I mean? And so we can learn to see the mind as a kind of noisy neighbor, or an annoying adolescent that's coming up to us while we are working in our garden and saying, complaining to us, or saying, look, I shit on myself. And we're learning to not let that get us into an identity, but we tell that neighbor to shut the heck up, get out of here, or we just ignore it, or we take care of that baby one, or we just ignore it. We've all got to learn to be with the difficulties as well. And so we don't ignore by disassociating, but we ignore actually as we're in the process of taking care. So we're actually in the process of being the teacher and the guide and the practitioner in this limitless way. It's not about the person, the place, the situation, etc. You know. All right, we'll leave it here for today. I'm going to hop in the sauna. So thank you all for joining today. Sometimes I push a little bit too much, so 12 hours or so I get quite tired the next day. So maybe we relax a little bit, we see how it goes. Let's finish by sharing the merits, sharing the blessings. What that means is that in our practice we're not building up our spiritual ego, but we're recognizing, we're feeling, we're experiencing the benefits of the practice, and we're making a commitment to share out and offer out those benefits rather than build up this special idea, special positive or special negative idea about ourselves. Okay? It's good? Sounds good? Everybody understand? Yes? Okay, so let's share out the merits. You can bring your hands together like me if you like, and repeat after me. May all the goodness, may all the peacefulness, may all the gentleness, may all the forgiveness inside of myself be offered and shared out towards all beings everywhere. I ask forgiveness for seeking, I ask forgiveness for wanting, I ask forgiveness from all enlightened aspects, inside and outside. May I be free. May the people I encounter be free. May all beings be free. May it be, may it be, may it truly, truly, truly be. Sadhu. Sadhu. All together now, everybody. Deep breath. Sadhu. Thank you, friends, for all your support. Thank you for your practice. And I look forward to practicing together again very, very soon.